of things in accord with a 300-year-old theory backed up by centuries of systematic observations. Occasionally, but nowadays with increasing frequency, new scientific discoveries are surprising or anomalous within the frame of the cosmogony. For instance, devastation has been widespread both on Earth and the other planets, whose surface details are visible. Because theories had not predicted such instability, these disruptive events are insistently termed episodic and localized, and relegated to remote times. As will be shown, the prevailing cosmogony of science cannot cope with increasing numbers of surprising and anomalous observations. Sooner or later, an alternate cosmogonical theory is invited. The mutant evidence suggests that a cosmogony can be constructed which does not require a long time to evolve our habitable world, within which major readjustments of the planetary orbits and environments are possible, and which redefines the set of forces that bring about change. We begin with the theory that the solar system originated as a binary star system and has evolved to the present as such. In the course of elaborating this theory, we shall have to develop and use new tools of analysis, a general concept of electricity, new ways of viewing the origins of the atmosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere, an unusual form of legendary and historical inquiry, and revised measures of time for the purpose. Accepting the notion that the solar system may be presently at the end of a long binary trail leads to a theory that the sun is electrical. This fundamental idea is the topic of the next chapter. The solar system as electrical. The sun, as star, radiates energy into the space surrounding it. Stars can be conceived to have originated from electrical cavities in the structure of space. Space, to our mind, is an infinite electrical medium. It is electrical in that it is everywhere occupied by a charge, which, when it moves, assumes the character of electrons, that is, negative charge, C note B. The movement energizes, carries material into the cavities which become and are the stars. Such electrical cavities or stars are observed in the millions and infrared in the billions, in a fairly random distribution about the sun. They form a lagoon of stars that is called the galaxy, through which the sun moves in a manner and with consequences to be described in the next chapter. Materially, a star is an agglomeration of all that is accompanied the inflow of electrical charges from surrounding space. The cosmic dust, which astronomers see throughout the galaxy, is matter yet to be forced into stellar cavities, or matter that has been expelled after a star dies. This dust is detected in greatest amounts in the vicinity of the most highly active stars. Once in the cavity, the material cannot readily escape. It acquires increasing density because of electrical chemical binding and electrical accumulation. A cavity or star is increasingly charged, but during its lifetime it cannot be more charged than the medium around it. The sun is highly charged, as some scientists have lately concluded. Bailey, 1960. The life history of any new star may normally proceed as its cavity acquires first matter, then charges continuously until its charge density reaches equilibrium with the surrounding medium, which is to say that the cavity has then been filled. Thereupon the star releases or mixes its material with the medium until it no longer possesses distinction as a body. This normal procedure is conditional upon the stars transacting with the space around it in a uniform manner. The majority of stars seem to transact quietly with their surrounding space. Whether they are small red stars or giant red stars, they end their existences as they lived, quietly passing their accumulated material into the medium of space, eventually becoming indistinguishable from the medium itself. However, the fact that the star is in motion within the galactic medium possesses an occasional problem. It may A journey into regions of the galaxy which present it with greater or lesser electrical differences than it has been used to. Then quantivolution occurs. The star becomes one of the types to which astronomers pay the most attention: the variable stars, highly luminous stars, binary stars, the exploding stars. It was in one such adventure in space that the original supersun lost its steady state, fissioned, and became SOLARIA BINARIA. The system then consisted of a number of bodies acting first as small suns, with the primary partner as is to be related in Chapter 4. In recent times, according to the central theme of this book, this SOLARIA BINARIA encountered a galactic region whose characteristics rendered the lesser stellar partner of the system unstable. In a series of quick changes, the binary was transformed into today's solar system. So basically, he is saying that all of the planets and the Jupiter, which was its binary star, came from the sun itself when it was a supersun. I get it. I thought that he was going to perhaps talk about the Saturn theory, but I don't think he's going to go there. We'll see. I mean, we're just reading a different take, you know. Bruce, 1944, sees the process of stellar evolution as a cyclic build-up of electrically charged atmosphere above the star. As we see it, galactic potentials will determine the nature of the surface presented to the outside observer. As the star journeys through the galactic space, its surface nature changes in response to differences in galactic potential. A change in the local galactic environment can lead to an instability which results in catastrophic electrical redistribution of the whole stellar atmosphere, and sometimes of material found well beneath the star's surface layer. In short, the star becomes a nova. In this cosmogony, Bruce argues that binary stars form by division of an original stellar nucleus. When the star becomes a nova, the returning nova discharge transacting electrically with the normal outward flow of equal or greater than stellar wind off the star induces the outburst star to rotate. A possible reverse jet blast from the explosion might also cause the rotation to occur. Stars then should have a maximum rotation during the nova outburst. Fission of the star into a binary would then logically happen most frequently by rotational fission. Coble, 1938. Immediately after a nova outburst, close binary pairs should be found among the post-nova stars. The solar system is probably the descendant of a supersun, a body containing at least 11% more material than the existing sun, which became electrically unstable and underwent a nova explosion. When the supersun erupted as a nova, it divided into a close binary pair, whose primary became our present sun, and its companion was a body about 10% the size of the sun. See Littleton, 1953. Henceforth to be called Super Uranus. I did see Super Uranus. Enveloping the binary was a cloud of solar material constituting at least 1% of the sun's material. Also created in the fission were the seeds which grew into the so-called inner or terrestrial planets. Probably Mars, the Earth, Mercury, and one that will be called Apollo. Apollo's fate is discussed in Chapter 15. Turning our attention to the sun itself, we observe an opaque layer called the photosphere. This layer is regarded ordinarily as the sun's surface. Above the photosphere lies the transparent solar atmosphere, which is difficult to observe. First comes the equal or greater to the chromosphere, and then the corona. Perhaps the key to star behavior is the dysfunction between the photosphere and the chromosphere, which is examined and known by means of spectroscopy. That is, by observing and measuring its spectrum of equal or greater than radiation. The spectrum of the photosphere shows radiation produced when the atoms are equal to or greater than the ions and electrons of the photosphere collide, and therefore the spectrum reflects the state of atomic collisions there. The light is emitted during the collisions. It appears that the photosphere is a region of plasma and atoms where the motion of the material is chaotic, randomized. Collisions occur after short, mean, free paths of electrical accumulation. The electrical field is small. A high kinetic energy of collision is registered and a temperature of 7,000 degrees. Energy is transmitted with some, but not great amounts of conversion of energy into internal atomic structures, excitation. By contrast, the spectrum of the chromosphere represents the release of the eternal energy of exited atoms and ions. Light is emitted not so much at the moment of collision among atoms, but it is cast off by rapidly accelerating atoms moving to and from collisions, that is, between rather than during collisions. The chromosphere is a region of directed, vertically moving electrons descending into the photosphere, and atoms and ions escaping into the corona and the solar wind, meaning free path is long. By contrast, the spectrum of the chromosphere represents the release of the internal energy of excited atoms and ions. Light is emitted not so much at the moment of collision among atoms, but it is cast off by rapidly accelerating atoms moving to and from collisions, that is, between rather than during collisions. The chromosphere is a region of directed, vertically moving electrons descending into the photosphere, and atoms and ions escaping into the corona and the solar wind, the mean free path is long, not short. The electrical field is large, not small, as in the photosphere. The photosphere, thus, is a region where the transmission of energy is observed. The chromosphere is a region where the transmutation of energy is what is observed. The temperature measurements of the two regions are not helpful in understanding the dynamics, because in one case temperature is low, where short paths lead to frequent collisions, and in other temperature is high because of infrequent long path collisions. But as important is the contribution of each region to the electrical system of the sun. Cooler regions called sunspots. The average sunspot lasts less than a day. Bell, 1975. Viewed by telescope, the whole photosphere, except where sunspots obscure it, shows a granular appearance. These granules are bright patches, hot tufts of gas that live for only a few minutes. Jurgens, 1979. The photosphere and the behavior of the solar atmosphere, which lies above it, can best be explained using a model based upon the electrical processes. Bruce, 1944, and later Jurgens, 1972, and Crew, 1974, have shown that photosphere granules have the properties of a large number of parallel electrical arcs. Further, Jurgens maintains that highly energetic electrons are transmitted from the galaxy down through the solar atmosphere to the photosphere. As in the Earth's atmosphere, the gas density and pressure in the solar atmosphere decrease with height above the photosphere, where the atmospheric pressure falls to a value equal to 1% of the atmospheric pressure measured at the Earth's surface. Collisions between gas atoms can no longer dominate the exchange of energy between atoms. Instead, it is the electrical processes that govern the energy exchanges in the solar gas. We see this transition as the hot chromosphere. The bladed or spiculed structure of the chromosphere consists of jets of gas moving upwards at about 30 kilometers per second. These spicules rise some 5,000 to 20,000 kilometers above the photosphere. Bell, 1975. Instabilities in the arc discharges lead to a buildup of charged regions in the solar atmosphere. These eventually produce electrical breakdown. Sudden discharges occur, causing bright faculae and the temporary extinction of some photosphere arcs. The result is a sunspot. The upper atmosphere of the Sun is apparently intensely hot corona. The gas atoms of the corona have been stripped of several electrons by collisions with inflowing energetic cosmic electrons. The removed electrons are drawn towards the Sun, so other ions can flow outwards into the corona, allowing the coronal ions to recede into the solar wind. The spectrum of the lower corona shows the atoms stripped of several electrons emitting light between collisions, and the emission from the energetic electrons during collision. Sudden explosive eruptions called flares occur above the solar surface. Energy in the form of light, atoms, and ions is accelerated away from the Sun. The energy in a single flare could supply the Earth's population with electrical power for millions of years. A large flare releases in an instant about 1/40th of the continuous solar output. Flares start near sunspots with associated faculae and develop over hours. They move as if driven by an electrical potential difference between the Sun's surface and the higher atmosphere, Zurin and Abeshi. Once accelerated, the flare gases escape the Sun and modify the solar wind significantly. The cause of flares is baffling to conventional theories, which underplay electrical forces and cosmic processes. Most flare models involve some kind of magnetic driver to blow the gases from the Sun with great force. Babcock. The presence of magnetism implies an electrical source. As we shall show in Chapter 6, the Sun once had an electrical connection to its companion, within which energy was released that created and sustained life within the binary system. Today's flares represent an undirected remnant of the inner companion arc of yesteryear. The solar wind consists of coronal gases which have been boiled away from the hot solar atmospheric discharges. It conducts the Sun's electrical transaction with the galaxy. It is the Sun's connection to the galaxy. The electron-deficient atoms, ions, by escaping from the solar system, increase the negative charge to the Sun. This brings the Sun towards a galactic neutral, and thus, in time, would end the Sun's life as a star. It follows that in the past, when the Sun was less negatively charged, more current flowed from the Sun to the galaxy. Thus, the present flow of solar wind is less than the flow in ages past when the Sun was more out of equilibrium than it is now. The solar wind varies with the ongoing evolution and quantivolution of the Sun. In the past, the solar wind flow was very complex because we believed that the Sun was a binary star and its companion, Super Uranus, was not in electrical equilibrium with it. The system eventually approached internal neutrality because a large solar wind, electrically driven, flowed directly between the two principles. Interesting. Conventionally view the formation of a solar-type star and planets from a cloud of gases and cosmic dust takes on the order of several hundreds of millions of years after accretion. An Earth-like planet supposedly takes another 1 or 2,000 million years, 1 to 2 gigayears or eons, to develop a stable lithosphere, which, when formed, allows the much slower evolution of a viable biosphere from the materials and energy available at the planetary surface apparent. To us, these processes seem too slow and rely too much on random occurrences to be viable. However, the processes forming stars and planets and leading to living things may proceed much more rapid evolution of a viable biosphere from the materials and energy available at the planetary surface apparent. To us, these processes seem too slow and rely too much on random occurrences to be viable. Takes on the order of several hundreds of millions of years after accretion. An Earth-like planet supposedly takes another 1 or 2,000 million years, 1 to 2 gigayears or eons, to develop a stable lithosphere, which, when formed, allows the much slower evolution of a viable biosphere from the materials and energy available at the planetary surface apparent. To us, these processes seem too slow and rely too much on random occurrences to be viable. However, the processes forming stars and planets and leading to living things may proceed much more rapidly. Our cosmogony employs electrical cavities, charges, and forces to accomplish change. These procedure changes, which are much more powerful and are highly selective. Electrical force, as measurable by the repulsion between two electrons, compares with the apparent gravitational attraction of the same two electrons in the ratio of 10:36:1. Conventional models of cosmic processes employ almost exclusively the trivially force termed gravity to produce and govern the universe. Electricity is a greater sculptor of change, because it operates more variably within a given cosmic setting. A simple lightning bolt can cause extensive surface damage, liberating megajoules of energy within a few meters of surviving observers. Only thousandths of a second are involved in the event, yet to an undisturbed geological surface may be the setting for a large number of biological mutations provoked by a radiation storm of cosmic origin. What gravity is supposed to accomplish in eons, electricity could quickly accomplish before the eyes of the earthly observer. Driven by the powerful motivator, electricity quantivolution becomes not only possible, but also essential. Furthermore, understanding of electricity's role provides a powerful new, unified explanation of the most observable phenomena. If the evidence cited in Chapter 1 has permitted us to proceed viewing the developing solar system as SOLARIA BINARIA, and similarly if in Chapter 2 we end up viewing stars, and in particular the Sun, as an electric phenomena, then we can hope to inquire about the timescale over which the solar binary developed. To be more specific, we may have a stellar binary which develops over a short interval through some of the most significant phases of the history of the solar system. To tackle the problem of chronology, we shall, as we have done before, look to the skies for the crucial clues. We must, in so doing, introduce a seemingly radical conception, one which we feel can be defended with the evidence to follow. We assert, in line with the past chapter, the stars take their properties less from the material which they contain and more from the electrical difference between the cavity which creates the star and the surrounding medium of electrified space. See space infracharge, translated into more common astronomical language. The luminosity of the star depends upon its galactic environment rather than upon the amount of material which it contains. See behind, and to technical note B. The conventional notion that the more luminous the star, the more massive it is, was induced by Eddington from the analysis of a small sample of binary stars. As we interpret the same data, the more luminous the star, the more it transacts with its companion, and so the companion completes its orbit more rapidly. See technical note D. Unfortunately, Eddington's mass-luminosity relationship is well established in astronomical formalism. There is a problem inherent in Eddington's method of massing the binaries. He calls upon gravitational force and nothing else to bring about motion within the binary system. The problem is compounded when luminosities are introduced as a way to measure mass in non-binary systems. Luminosity can only be known where the distance to the star can be measured. Star distances are computed using the annual parallax produced by viewing the displacement as the Earth orbits the Sun of any nearby star against the background of very distant stars. The parallax measurement involves measuring the minute angle at the apex of an isosceles triangle, whose base is the diameter of the Earth's orbit about the Sun. Parallax angles are very small. The closest star, Alpha Centauri, is only displaced through 1.52 greater than arcseconds, or 1.52 arcseconds over the year. This parallax, the largest, was not measured until 1839. R. H. Baker. Parallaxes are difficult to measure, and they cannot be determined for stars further from Earth than 652 light years. Such a small distance encompasses only 1,000th of the sphere of stars under close observation by astronomers. Thus, the majority of reported star distances and luminosities are derived by theory rather than measurement. Of the 21st magnitude stars, apparently brightest stars in the sky, only 5 are closer than 26 light years. The next 5 take us to 84 light years, the next 7 to 217 light years, and the next 5 to the measurement limit. In this sample are 6 supergiant stars. The parallax of one of these stars is only an estimate. 2 of the others are at the extreme limit. The last 3 are between 171 and 192 light years distant. None of the most luminous
I can't help
stars
it. I'm a troublemaker.
are in this sample.
I don't
Thus,
mean
all
it.
luminosities given
I
for
just
such
want some
stars
truth.
are estimates. Even where parallax is measured, the measurement is rarely precise. Uncertainties of 25% and larger are common, leading to luminosities which are most likely erroneous in the order of at least 56%, about half a magnitude unit. Near the measuring limit, the possible deviations grow immensely, often exceeding considerably the number measured. The famous Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, the Rosetta Stone of modern astronomy, plots stellar luminosities against surface temperatures, determined from the star's spectrum. Since the spectrum is often difficult to classify, placement on a star on a diagram is not always easy. R. H. Baker. To circumvent the difficulty, astronomers now rely upon color indices in place of spectrum classes. Such measurements are even more strongly theory-dependent than the former in terms of their applicability to stellar emissions. See Weiss, page 49. They are more quantitatively formulated, and therefore they lead to an unjustified sense of satisfaction with the computed result of the stellar condition. For our purpose, they offer no help. What we would say about the classification of stars is the following. In going from stars whose surface temperature appears to be high to those which appear cooler, there is a gradation of the lines present in the stellar spectra. The hotter stars show absorption produced by helium atoms. As we look at progressively cooler stars, the helium lines decline and abruptly hydrogen lines appear. They increase in intensity and slowly decline. As the hydrogen declines, the lines of the metals and metal ions increase in intensity. Through the solar-type stars, they dominate in stars slightly cooler than the Sun, only to be surpassed in the coolest stars by band spectra produced by various simple molecules, notably hydrides and oxides. And some of the coolest star compounds of carbon are prominent. Although astronomers may continue to seek a more precise classification for stars, we are content to employ the traditional spectral types for the present study. Besides the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, that is to classify the stars, astronomers have also divided the stars into populations according to their location within the galaxy. Some striking results were obtained. Number 1. The most luminous and apparently hottest stars are found within gaseous clouds containing cosmic dust. These stars are confined in clumps, a thin plate that forms the equator of the galaxy. Similar stars define the highly visible spiral arms seen in other galaxies. 2. Bright, cooler stars like Sirius are located near the equator of the galaxy, but are not confined to the galactic arms. 3. The disk of the galaxy is populated with moderately hot stars, with 5,000 to 8,000 K surface temperatures. These stars resemble the Sun and populate the arms, the spaces between the arms, and make up part of the stars that occupy the central core of the galaxy. These disk stars are the most numerous group of stars observed. I read before that red dwarfs were, but perhaps it's a different location in the galaxy. The disk of the galaxy is enveloped in an ovoid shell of red giant stars, whose spectra show fewer metals than stars of comparable type in the disk population. That these stars are mostly giant stars is usually explained by claiming that the smaller stars in the population are not likely seen because of distance from Earth. It is possible that the later are absent. Most of what is known about these stars is from the study of giant stars within star clusters, and intrinsically varying giant stars, where the star's luminosity varies, in some characteristics, way over an interval of days to months. 5. The galaxy itself is embedded in a halo of cooler stars. Most of what is known of the galactic halo is deduced from a study of a few nearby small stars and 120 globular star clusters, which surround the core of the galaxy. One of these globular clusters, Messier 13, in the constellation of Hercules, has been described as a celestial chrysanthemum. Baker, R.H., page 451. The number of stars in this cluster cannot be counted, but estimates around 500,000 are made. Averaging this number of stars over the volume of the cluster, not precisely known, it would seem as if the stars are about 2 light-years apart, much closer than the stars near the Sun. Some small halo stars are observed passing through the disk stars in the Sun's vicinity. Barnard star is an example. Yeah, those stars in them globular clusters, if they do have planets, which I'm sure they do, but life might not be very easy to come by there because of all the closeness of everything. Probably just get started and get wiped out, I would think anyway. Never know though. In summary, the most interactive stars and gas clouds form clumps, which are the galactic arms. Around the arms is a disk of less interactive stars. Enveloping the disk are variously shaped ovoids and halos, allegedly to be progressively more metal-deficient stars. It has been proposed that the stars of the different populations of the galaxy follow orbits about the galactic core, which are characteristic of the population. Supposedly, the arm stars have the most circular orbits. The disk stars follow slightly elliptical paths. The galactic plane, some are deemed to move inclined slightly to the galactic plane, like the asteroid orbits of the solar system. The halo stars move in strongly elliptical orbits with random inclinations to the galactic arms, like the comet orbits of the solar system. As they pass through the Sun's locality, the halo stars betray their presence by large annual displacements compared to the disk stars. All of the stars in the galaxy are in motion. Since there is no standard of rest, all we can detect is the motion of one star relative to another. 2 streams of stars are observed moving past the Sun parallel to the Milky Way, the arms of the galaxy. The 2 streams move oppositely at the relative speed of 40 kilometers a second. The outer stream moving towards Orion, the inner stream to Scutum. These motions apparently reflect differences in the motion of consecutive galactic arm segments in the galaxy. The stars in the Sun's arm, we assume, move with the Sun at 275 kilometers a second, towards the constellation of Lyra near Cygnus, which is a motion away from the stars of Puppis. Looking only at the net motion of stars close to the Sun, we detect the drift of the Sun within its arm of the galaxy. This analysis reveals a motion of 20 kilometers a second towards the constellation of Hercules, away from the constellation of Canis Major. Isn't that the biggest star that we've seen? It makes the Sun look like the Sun makes the Earth look. Mihalis and Routley, page 103. Neither of the Sun's motions is precise, but they should suffice for our purpose. The Sun's motion within its arm carries it 4 astronomical units per year. It takes nearly 22,500 years for the Sun to drift 1 light-year from its present position. But when the galactic revolution motion is considered, the Sun is moving up to 14 times as fast. Neither of the Sun's motions is precise, but they should suffice for our purpose. The Sun's motion within its arms carries it 4 astronomical units per year. It takes nearly 22,500 years for the Sun to drift 1 light-year from its present position. But when the galactic revolution motion is considered, the Sun is moving up to 14 times as fast. In the extreme, only 1,107 years are required to displace the Sun 1 light-year. So in 10,000 years, the Sun moves 9 light-years, and in 1,000,000 years, it travels about 904 light-years. If our hypothesis is correct, and the stars derive their properties from the space in which they are embedded, then a look at the stars presently in the Sun's wake will tell us how the Sun appeared in ages past. Unfortunately, the path of the Sun over the last 1,000,000 years, within which we believe SOLARIA BINARIA developed and collapsed, is not wholly within measured space. Luminosity assumptions need to be made during the first 2/3 of the binary's lifetime. The Sun's total motion now is directed away from a point within the constellation of Right Carina, the solar antipex, at 8.4 hours right ascension and declination minus 62 degrees. This antipex was determined by Stromberg using the radial velocities of globular star clusters. Just so you know the definition of antipex, the point of the celestial sphere from which the solar system is moving. In his sample, the Sun's drift and the galaxy revolution combined to produce a net motion of 286 kilometers a second, away from the antipex. 4 star systems close to the Sun, adjacent stars, are about 10.3 light-years apart, each thus occupying a sphere containing 578 cubic light-years of space. Allen, 1963, page 237. Given such a low star density, the rather large volume must be examined around and along the Sun's wake to ensure that some stars are included. We have constructed, therefore, a cylinder 13 1/4 light-years in radius about the Sun's path. Moving for 10,000 years through this cylinder, the Sun will encounter about 5,000 cubic light-years of space. In such a volume, there would reside about 9 stars or star systems at the average local star density over the 65 light-year swath through space covered. By the Gliese star catalog, there are only 15 star systems. It appears that along the Sun's path, the actual star density is only 27% of that expected. The Sun entered the region included within the Gliese catalog about 74,000 years ago. Within that volume, our analytical sample of stars is reasonably complete. Beyond it, many of the stars located along the cylinder do not have published parallaxes, and so they cannot be located in time. They cannot be used in the analysis. The region of space which includes those stars, which now occupy the space once passed through by the Sun on its galactic voyage, is represented on the star map by a cone centered on a solar antipex. The base of the cone in the present includes stars over 1/2 of the sky. As time progresses backward, the frustum of the cone projected upon the sky diminishes in area, figure 3. The frustum of the cone 500 years ago is a circle 76 degrees in radius, encompassing stars from Orion's belt across the south celestial pole to the Scorpion's tail. Moving back 20,000 years shortens the radius to 36 degrees, thereby including the region from the feet of the greater dog to the centaur's right foot. The area has only a 13.5 radius 60,000 years ago. It shrinks to less than a 3-degree circle after 300,000 years. Through recent time, the Sun's trail is very close to a straight line projected towards the antipex. It is shown in figure 4, and the stars included are listed in table 1. The stars accompanying the space inhabited by the Sun through the current era, period of Solaria, and during the time of the late quantivolutions, to be discussed in part 2 of this book, are in this sample. Here we find the nearest star system, the Alpha Centauri triple. The largest star is very similar to the Sun. Figure 3. Stars around the Sun's apex. Oh, it's awful tiny. I'll try to blow it up, see what I can do. The Sun's path traced backwards through the stars of the galaxy passes through a cylinder of space whose axis stretches from the center of the Sun through the point on the celestial sphere with coordinates 8.4 hours of right ascension and minus 62 degrees of declination. The edge of this cylinder, chosen to have a radius of 13.25 light years, is represented for different eras by the series of circles converging onto the solar antipex. Its first companion is 23.5 astronomical units away, moving along an elliptical orbit, Menzel. This star is slightly cooler and fainter than the Sun. The second companion is located almost 2 degrees away in the sky. It is over 550 times more distant than the separation of the closer pair. Frequent eruptions superpose bright emission lines on its otherwise faint Class M spectrum. It is a flare star. Its flaring might be associated with some intermittent transaction with the pair of distant companions. Unfortunately, the Alpha Centauri triple is the only occupant within the space transited by the Sun during the series of quantivolutions preceding the historical period. It gives us no clue to an understanding of that space besides learning that solar-type stars can exist there. Figure 4. Nearby stars in the solar wake. I'd like it to be a lot bigger. I'm interested to see it. It's just so tiny. I'm going to try to find it bigger. The Sun's path through the space, now accompanied by the stars listed in Table 1. I've always wanted to know this, so this is interesting. This space represents the region traversed by the Sun, while it quantivoluted from SOLARIA BINARIA into the solar system we see today. The 3 remaining stars are all low transaction objects. This space we would suspect to hold a lower electric charge density than the space closer to the present. The closest of these 3 faint stars is located within the zone we believe was occupied by the Sun in the time before the eruptions began, which eventually broke up SOLARIA BINARIA. That instability of the recent past may well have been created as the Sun passed between the lower and higher regions of the transaction, represented by the 6 nearby stars. The likelihood is that the Sun, late in the period of the Pangean stability, Table 6, was less luminous than it is today. And I've heard it burned hotter, so, I guess take your pick. Stars behind the Sun to 25,000 years ago. Alpha Centauri triple, star main sequence components, a dwarf. G, K, and M stars, emission lines in the Type M spectrum. Gliese 191, MO main sequence dwarf star, 13 light-years away. The Alpha Centauri is a 4.3. Years in the Sun's wake, 4,860 for Alpha Centauri, 14,750 for Gliese 191. Gliese 440, a white dwarf star, Class A, 16.1 light-years, 18,200 years in the Sun's wake. Gliese 293, a white dwarf star, 19.2 light-years, 21,700 years in the Sun's wake. Stars behind the Sun. Well, in the Sun's wake, that is behind the Sun. Stars behind the Sun. Okay, we're still going. Gliese 257, Gliese 341, Alpha Mensae, 25,000 to 75,000 years ago. Gliese 269, Gliese 333, Gliese 375. Boy, Gliese sure does discover a lot of stars. 294, 298, Alpha Chameleonis. That might be Chameleonis. These stars are 25 light-years apart. The Sun passes through space at their respective distances at the beginning and end of a 760-year interval. The gist of it, I do believe, is that he is stating that how hot the Sun burns is according to where it's at in space. That's what I think the point he's making here. Extending the Sun's line further into the past to the limit of the Gliese catalog, Table 2, we find no stars as luminous as the present Sun, until we go back 54,000 years. Then along the path are positioned 3 stars that exceed the Sun in luminosity. The closest, an F3 subgiant, is 5 times more luminous. The second, primary star in a triple system, is only 1.44 times brighter. Its 2 companions are very faint. The last of the 3 brighter stars exceed the Sun's output 8-fold at the 75,000-year limit to Table 2. We reach the edge of the reasonably complete star sample. So far, there are no conflicts with our theory. Stars of different spectral classes are well separated in space. In fact, the cooler and hotter stars seem to be sorted. The Class M stars tend to lie above the Sun's route, while the Class F and G stars are below it. If our calculated course is correct, the Sun's past behavior as mirrored in the listed stars' present behavior would show significant variation in luminosity over the tens of thousands of years represented here. Noteworthy, there are no highly luminous stars thus far along the Sun's trace. Beyond 65 light-years, the magnitude limit of the available star catalogs containing measured parallaxes limits severely the completeness of the star sample. We can list no stars that are intrinsically fainter than today's Sun, Table 3. The catalog from which the sample was taken only stars whose visual magnitude exceeds 6.25, whereas the Gliese catalog includes known nearby stars above magnitude 18. Almost all of these stars show some distinguishing characteristic. The majority are binary. Another has nebulous spectrum lines. These stars are positioned about the solar antipex in Figure 5. All could reflect plausible conditions for the early stages of SOLARIA BINARIA's period of Pangean stability, and possibly also for the earlier period of radiant genesis which followed the binary's creation. At the limit of our proposed time, about 1 million years before present, using the atlas of the selected areas, Finnerberg, we count about 39 stars brighter than magnitude 12.5 in a target zone 40 by 40 arc minutes. Adjacent to the Sun's antipex, unfortunately, no distances are given for the stars in this atlas. Figure 5, the solar antipex. Map showing the brightest stars surrounding the solar antipex. The circles represent the described cylinder of space around the Sun at the ages shown. I'm going to have to get a bigger one of those. I can't even see that. Maybe there's a way to make it bigger. I think there might be. The circles represented the described cylinder of space around the Sun at the ages shown. The successive radii are centered upon a slowly displacing point representing the solar antipex. The displacement seen at this map scale occurs because the Sun rapidly orbits about the center of the galaxy as it slowly moves through the arms of the galaxy. Its path, therefore, is curved rather than a straight line. Table 2, stars behind the Sun over 75,000 years ago. Carinae, that's A2 binary, just numbers for the other ones. Limiting magnitude plus 6.5, the sample ends at the edge of measured space. Since our calculated solar target shows no stars, the deficiency of the present measurable sample is confirmed. Nevertheless, we see that the last listed star, 300,000 years BP along the Sun's run, is a stereoscopic binary whose Class B primary is orbited by a Class K secondary. The system, not unlike our view of the early SOLARIA BINARIA. In our analysis, more distant stars cannot be located in time along the Sun's path. Yet, we can place, although uncertainly, several bright blue supergiant stars at locations surrounding the antipex in all directions, and at distances corresponding to times between 1/2 and 3 million years ago. Several of the stars are components in binary star systems. within or on the periphery of this highly transactive region of space, the original supersun may have partitioned to give birth to SOLARIA BINARIA. Parturition may have parturition to give birth to SOLARIA BINARIA. Although proof is hardly forthcoming from this analysis, at least evidence disproving the hypothesis is absent. We are encouraged to retain the idea that the behavior of star systems depends, if only in part, upon the celestial charge level of the space through which they pass. It seems as if this electric charge is contained not only by material residing in the space, stars, atoms, and electrons, but also in part as a charge embedded in the space itself, Berkeley currents. What we shall call a space infracharge. Literally, the space infracharge means that a vacuum, empty space, contains normally unavailable electric charges, here electrons, which generate the structure of that space and affect the behavior and properties of all matter occupying the space. End of chapter. That has to be the longest chapter I think I've ever read. Chapter 3. If this stuff was in some kind of great conflict, with the usual stuff, I wouldn't read it because I wouldn't want to confuse anyone, but it appears to me that it's right along the same lines as
Thornhill and Velikovsky.
He's just given us a different plane to think on, I guess. I always kind of wanted to know how the sun moved in the galaxy, so that was good information. Chapter 4. Super Uranus and the Primitive Planets. About 1 million years ago, our Sun, then a supersun, underwent a nova eruption because of a sudden or unendurable change in electrical conditions. SOLARIA BINARIA was instantly born. The Sun fissioned, and in a huge blossoming cloud there would have been a diminished Sun. With a concentration of gases from the old Sun would occur an admixture of chunks of the old Sun's interior material, nucleus, including a body that became the binary partner, which we here call Super Uranus. Between the new Sun and Super Uranus lingered other fragments of the fission and great quantities of the material that were to be absorbed into the planets. This impressive electrical quantivolution occurred in a matter of hours. The separation of the two bodies increased rapidly. In electrical and chemical terms, we begin to detail this quantivolution. The normal flow of electricity between a star, the cavity, and the surrounding space is inward, as shown in Figure 6. The original supersun was such a star transacting quietly with the electron-rich space around it. The supersun became unstable, as outlined in Chapter 3, when its galactic journey carried it into a less electron-rich region. Here, the enrichment, presumably, was rapid and of great magnitude, producing a quantivolution. The resulting nova, which is an explosion of electrons that forces, requires a material accompaniment created by SOLARIA BINARIA. The Sun, for a short time, was relatively too electron-rich. In an explosive expansion, the binary was born, not just from the solar atmosphere, but also from the refractory materials normally hidden within its interior. Figure 6. Electron flow from surrounding space into a star cavity. The Sun and other stars represent electron-deficient regions within the galaxy. These regions, cavities as we call them, transact with the space around them, gaining electrons during their lifetime of their central stars. When they become filled, the stars they contain cease to exist. The first state of SOLARIA BINARIA is shown in Figure 7 below. The nova explosion had propelled what temporarily was excess charge away from the Sun. This, of course, would be illusory for the Sun, by its continued existence, remained a region of relative electron deficiency. Thus, the initial dismemberment of the original supersun quickly halted. The expansion of the plenum of material now surrounding the Sun ceased, both because of the Sun's need for electrons and because the charged surrounding medium continued moving in upon the cavity. The boundary of the plenum shown above is actually a quantitative concept to denote the region where the outward pressure created by the charge, SOLARIA BINARIA, is equal to the inward pressure normally produced by the Sun's galactic cosmic transaction. At birth, the electrical state of SOLARIA BINARIA was rapidly layered. The system can best be described in terms of the local charge density of both the material and of the space into which the material was ejected in the eruption. The highest relative charge density existed at the perimeter of the plenum. Inwards, this density decreased. The fragments ejected from the Sun, the debris forming the planets and super Uranus, had progressively higher charge densities than the Sun, which had the least charge density in the system. The Sun seeks its lost charge. The easiest way to get that charge is to launch into the plenum electron-deficient atoms, ions. The proximity of super Uranus distorted greatly what otherwise would have been a radical flow of ions, as in the original transaction between the super Sun and the galaxy. A strong electrical connection coupled the Sun and super Uranus. A lesser connection joined the Sun to the plenum, as shown in Figure 8. See Technical Note E. This connection involved an inward flow of charge through the plenum. The charge flowed inwards either by direct transport of electrons or by indirect electron transport accomplished through the outward flow of electron-deficient atoms, ions. See Technical Note B. The strongest electrical transaction occurred between the principles accompanying this electrical flow. Highly influenced by it was the transfer of material from one of the principles to the other, elsewhere, whose binary systems exist, where the flow is from the companion to the primary. More common is the flow from the primary to the companion. Milton, page 100. The amount of flow and its direction would depend upon the distance between the specific charge ratio on the principles. We favor the flow of ions and gas from the Sun to super Uranus, since we often cannot resolve the principles into separate stars. Designation of one as the primary and the other as the companion is somewhat arbitrary. The choice usually is dictated by theory. Figure 7. The birth of SOLARIA BINARIA. At its birth, SOLARIA BINARIA was embedded at the center of a plenum filling a sac of electron-deficient matter. Electron flow into the sac from the galaxy was augmented by the electron distribution within the plenum and among the components of the binary system. Ionized gas atoms would be induced to flow between the principles. This flow of counter-moving electrons and electron-deficient atoms would constitute a strong electrical current. As a consequence, an intense magnetic field would be generated surrounding the current. This magnetic field would pinch the flowing ions produced by a relatively narrow electrical flow channel. Collisions between neutral and electrified atoms would transfer the influence of the magnetic field, which affects only the electron-deficient atoms directly, to all of the gas between the principles. The result is a magnetic bottle. Figure 8. Material flow coupling the Sun, super Uranus, and the electrified plenum. The creation of the Sun's companion, super Uranus, greatly distorted the electrical flow between the electron-deficient Sun and the galaxy. The Sun's daughter, super Uranus, like its parent, was short of electrons compared to galactic space outside the sac. The electrical flow coupling both the two stars and the stars within the galaxy caused and directed a significant material exchange between the pair of stars. From the solar wind, protons moving past the Earth, Juergens, 1977, page 28, has calculated the current flowing away from the Sun in a sheet localized close to the ecliptic plane. If this same ion current was once flowing through the electrical channel, then the magnetic field generated was several thousand Gauss in strength. Such a field would adequately constrain most of the gases, producing a gaseous column or axis between the two stars. Material has been found along the interstellar axis in several binary systems. Figure 9. The flow of material between the Sun and super Uranus. Under the influence of a self-generated magnetic field, electrically charged material flowing between the Sun and super Uranus generated a strong magnetic field about the axis between the two stars. The effect of the magnetic field was to squeeze all material flow into a thin tube joining the stars. So constrained, the charged matter flow constituted a potent electric discharge, the arc, through the gases and matter of the plenum. The absence of an appreciable interplanetary magnetic field, despite the magnitude of the electric current represented by today's solar wind, is understandable in terms of a planar current sheet model, as shown in Figure 10. The solar wind sheet produces opposite toroidal, donut-shaped magnetic regions above and below the planetary plane of motion. In the region between the toroids, the magnetic fields generated by the radially diverging ions act so as to cancel out one another, as in Figure 11. The vector sum of the magnetic intensity cancels out between the parallel flowing ions, but survives on their perimeter, leaving the postulated toroidal field. So, the regions above and below the Sun can be strongly magnetic, while interplanetary space so far explored lies outside of the toroidal field region and has been shown to be almost devoid of magnetism. The existence of the magnetic toroid above and below the Sun may be responsible for the planarity of today's planetary region and the enchantment of the solar wind flow in that plane. Figure 10. Magnetic toroidal field produced by a solar wind current sheet. Assuming that the solar wind is concentrated about the plane of the orbiting planets, the outward flow of ions from the Sun would represent a sheet of electric current. A significant magnetic field curved upon itself to form a donut, a torus, would be generated by the existence of the solar current sheet. This toroidal magnetic field should be found in the space above and below the space occupied by the solar wind. The Sun's rotation began consequent to nova discharge, creating super Uranus. Super Uranus thereafter wheeled about the Sun in a close orbit. The magnetic field produced by their electrical transaction was instrumental in locking the rotation of the Sun to the motion of super Uranus about the Sun. Strongly coupled together, the pair rotated, looking like an ever-expanding but otherwise rigid dumbbell. The gases and the planets, as they formed, remain trapped along the gaseous electrified axis between the principles, magnetic fields surrounding several flowing ions. Each moving ion or electron comprises a unit of electrical current. It generates a magnetic field which appears in the plane perpendicular to its motion. When electrical charges flow rapidly, as does the ion wind from the sun, only a tiny magnetic field is apparent in the region between the flowing ions, because the magnetic effect of each ion is cancelled by that of its neighbors. A significant magnetic indication of the electrical flow is found only along the perimeter of the current sheet produced by the radial flow of the ions. Plavik notes that the companion, if less massive than the Sun, can always be expected to rotate in synchronism with orbital motion. He states that for all binary systems, synchronism of rotation and revolution seem to occur for orbital periods shorter than 10 days. For longer periods, the synchronism falls except as postulated above. Patton, 1967, notes that some semi-detached binary systems, particularly the Algol group, have primaries which rotate appreciably faster than would be expected for orbital synchronism. We see these systems as a large stage of evolution of the binary. SOLARIA BINARIA did not detach in this way until after the Saturnian period. See ahead, chapter 14. Oh, the evolution of SOLARIA BINARIA. There's a Saturnian period. Interesting. The evolution of SOLARIA BINARIA was such that the two principles were slowly driven apart, in part by the momentum of the flow of mass from one to the other, and in part from increased repulsion caused by the growing level of electric charge in the whole system, by the accumulation of galactic electrons. All the while, the angular momentum, spin, within the system was being transferred from the primary to its companion. At fission, the Sun could have had over 80% of the angular momentum. The evolved binary, today's solar system, left less than 1% of the angular momentum of the Sun. If matter was transferred mechanically from the heavier Sun to the lighter orbiting super-Uranus, the spin of the binary would decrease, but if the transferred matter is electrically driven, acceleration would be expected to accompany the transfer, thereby potentially increasing the spin of the binary. Even if no increase in spin occurs, and even with the slight slowdown of spin, angular momentum is slowly lost by the Sun and gained by its companion and the primitive planets as the electric transfer continues. The pulling apart of the principles was reflected in an increase in the binary's period of revolution. That is, SOLARIA BINARIA wheeled more slowly about its center. There is a significant relationship between the period of revolution of binaries and the observed surface temperature of the primary star. Certain stars, called early type by astronomers, tend to have companions with shorter periods. In its earlier stages, SOLARIA BINARIA would have looked to a distant observer as a close binary with an unseen companion. We imply that the Sun was an early type star, but not in the usual sense of the term star. Within the sac where the two stars and the Earth were located, the energy flow may always have been similar to what we observe now. However, the outer parts of the sac were transacting intensively with the cosmos, and thus were radiating so as to appear markedly hotter. The perimeter of SOLARIA BINARIA then would have been to radiate as an early type star, and not like the Sun does now. See figure 21. Its period of light variation, radiation emitted, and flow of mass would have attracted the attention of astronomers elsewhere to SOLARIA BINARIA. Some curious age disparities exist between principles of binary systems. If the Sirius star system, a young main sequence star, is orbited by a less massive old white dwarf star, the B emission stars, hot, very rapidly rotating main sequence stars surrounded by a shell of gas, are often spectroscopic binaries whose companions orbit in about 10 days. The companion is usually invisible and believed to be a highly evolved star relative to the primary. The highly evolved component, admittedly, often has so little mass that in nuclear synthetic evolution could not have aged it so rapidly. Both the age disparities and the size anomalies disappear if the electrical evolution is considered. It is noteworthy that many of the interesting close binary systems involve an unseen companion. The primaries in these systems range from very hot type O stars to very cool type M stars. The sizes and masses within these star systems are inferred conventionally from the theory of evolution for the thermonuclear fusion. We do not agree with such an interpretation of this evidence. We will not pursue the stages of early evolution of Solaria Binaria here. For that, see Part 2. These unaware men saw the skies in the age of Urania about 13,000 current years before the present. There are no humans capable of comprehending Solaria Binaria before it began to break up at the end of an Earth age that we shall call Pangea. Super Uranus was first revealed to humans as a luminous object about twice the size of the Sun we observe today. The Earth was then located about 2/3 of the distance from the Sun to Super Uranus, because it was still electromagnetically bound to the axis between the stars. The objects found within the inner regions of galaxies seemingly orbit in this way, and probably for the same reason. With such a configuration, the Sun, if visible, would have been seen from the Earth's southern hemisphere only, and would appear 2.5 times larger than Super Uranus, which in its turn was visibly only from the northern hemisphere. The hemispheres referred to here are not those inscribed on the Earth globes of today. They refer to the ancient references to the sky gods and their places. The Earth moved with its north locked towards Super Uranus. See ahead to Figure 18. No other major gaseous planet was within existence at this time. As the solid wheel binary evolved, the Sun eventually was separated from Super Uranus by 105 gigameters, about 0.7 astronomical units. That number comes up a lot. Before the next great quantivolution, the primitive planets, Mars, Earth, Apollo, and Mercury, ended up between the two principles in the region between 61 and 96 gigameters from the Sun. At such separation, this would bring the planet Mars and Mercury closer to the Earth by factors of 4 and 6 respectively. Even so, these planets would produce visible disks which were only about 1/27th the size of today's moon. As they could be seen, which we doubt, they would still be observed almost as points of light in the sky. Planets were originally debris from the super sun nova. They traveled out in the trail of Super Uranus, held in the electric and gaseous flow. They settled into their original positions rather than moving on, because they were electrically less negative than Super Uranus. They distributed themselves in their magnetic cage along the axis in accord with the principle of maximum mutual repulsion, elsewhere known as the principle of least interaction action. See Ovenden, 1974. Several cosmogonies involve processes occurring within a binary star system. Gunn proposes that planets arise from the breakup of a rotationally unstable star. the same process by which he accounts for the formation of a binary star system from a single star, Littleton, 1936, visualizes a process by which planets form during an encounter of a star with two other stars. For such an encounter between three stars to be likely, the stars must formally be members of a bound system of stars. A triple star system, Bruce, 1944, like Gunn, sees the process of planet formation as a single case of fission of one star into a binary. From the beginning, Solaria Binaria was enveloped in a cloud of solar material, gases and solids. As the binary evolved, this sac became extended along the lengthening axis from Sun to Super Uranus, compressed by the magnetic field generated by flowing electrified gases. A stable gaseous tube surrounded the planets. Indeed, these gases pervaded the entire planetary region, enveloping all of the planets in a single sac of gases. Within this dense gaseous sac, the contents of which the ancients called the ether, we will call the plenum. The planets could receive biologically necessary temperatures from the actual electrical discharge connecting the Sun with Super Uranus, DeGrazia, 1981. If today's aircraft had existed then, they might have flown regularly among the planets. Very interesting. The approximate size of the gaseous tube within which the Earth and the other planets moved was at most the diameter of the Sun, and at least a significant fraction of the diameter of Super Uranus. This tube confined the plenum, which allowed life to develop and thrive on all of the planets of Solaria Binaria. End of chapter. Got chapter 5 coming up next. And, I'm not adopting this book, as you may know. I'm just reading it because it's interesting and it's another take. So it gives us something, another plateau to think on, But I'm not reading it because I've accepted it. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay. I'll talk to you. Chapter 5 will be coming soon. Thank you. Chapter 5, The Sac and its Plenum. The original supersun, prior to its nova, was accumulating electrons from the galaxy, consistent with the demands of the environment through which it was passing. As we have explained earlier, the supersun became too electronegative and expelled material violently into its surrounding space. This material could not escape. Its expulsion was exposed both by the post-nova sun and by the galaxy. It thus formed and filled a sac surrounding the newly created Solaria Binaria. In the sac was the whole system of Solaria Binaria: the Sun, Super Uranus, the primitive planets, and the plenum of gases and solids of solar origin that nurtured the planets. As the binary widens, the sac becomes conical in shape, narrowing from the size of the Sun at one end to about the size of Super Uranus at the other. A system of similar appearance has been postulated for the binary AM Hercules. Wickramasny and Basel describe gas flow patterns in X-ray emitting binary systems there. One may note a similarity in the shape of their pattern of maximum obscuration to the cone of gases proposed in this work. Viewed from the outside, the ancient plenum would have been opaque to light. Not so with the gas of Earth's atmosphere today, which is 8 kilometers thick. If the atmosphere is considered as a column of gas of consistent density, this atmospheric layer is of trivial thickness compared to the radius of the Earth. Yet, its importance to the environment is unquestionable. Even this negligible atmospheric layer removes 18.4% of the incoming sunlight, mostly by diverting it from its original direction of travel. Some of this scattered light returns to space, but most of it is redirected several times to produce the blue sky so familiar to us. Atmospheric scatter is enhanced near sunset, when the incoming light traverses an atmospheric column tens of times longer than near noon. The setting sun is notably fainter, and it's colder, redder, because of the increased scatter. If the atmospheric column were as little as 1,280 kilometers thick at present surface air density, all of the sunlight would be deflected from its incoming direction. Light would still be seen, but only after scattering several times. No discernible source could be identified with the light. So it was in the days of SOLARIA BINARIA. To be precise, if in the last days of Super Uranus, this body were about 30 gigameters from Earth, and if Super Uranus was then as bright per square centimeter of the surface as today's sun, it would not have been directly visible unless the gas density in the plenum was close to that deduced today for the Earth's atmosphere. At an altitude of 80 kilometers, to see more distant sun, this density would have to be decreased another fourfold. In the age of Urania, Super Uranus was located about as far from the sun as the orbit of the planet Venus today, as would provide the plenum with a volume of about 10 to the 20 cubic kilometers. If the plenum contained as much as 1% of the atoms in the present sun, the gas density would be several times that found at the base of Earth's atmosphere today. Neither star would be seen directly. Only a dim, diffused light could reach the planetary surfaces. As the Binaria evolved, the plenum came to contain an increased electrical charge. It expanded, leaving less and less gas in the space between the principles. Thus, it became gradually more transparent. Astronomers see diluting plenum gases elsewhere in evolving binary systems. Batten, 1973, page 10. Discussing matter flow within binary systems favors gas densities of the order of 10 to the 13 particles per cubic centimeter. Warner and Nather propose a much higher density for one system, U Geminorum, a dwarf nova system, where they postulate a gas disk with 6 times 10 to the 17 electrons per cubic centimeter. Unless all the gas is ionized, the neutral gas density would be higher than the calculated electron density. The gas densities that they mention are comparable to those necessary to allow the early humans to discern the first celestial orbits. In earlier stages of SOLARIA BINARIA, the plenum was impenetrable to an outside. I'm obviously taking it that this took eons in time, because according to them, life is already on the planets when it's in this phase. In earlier stages of SOLARIA BINARIA, the plenum was impenetrable to an outside observer. All detected radiation came from the surface layers of the cone-shaped sac, an area up to 55 times the surface of the sun. The luminosity of the sac would arise from the transaction between inflowing galactic electrons and the gases on the perimeter of the sac. The plenum at formation was electron-rich relative to the stars and the planetary nuclei centered within it. These latter electron-deficient bodies promptly initiated a transaction to obtain more electrons by expelling electron-deficient atoms into the volume of the plenum. The charge differences within the sac were modulated with time. In other words, the plenum was losing electrons from its perimeter to its center. In response, the size of the sac collapsed under cosmic pressure. In time, this charge redistribution might have diminished the volume of the sac by as much as tenfold, compressing the cone of gases into a cylinder or column of small diameter. Running along the axis between the Sun and Super Uranus was an electrical discharge joining the two principles. Moving with this electrical flow was matter from the Sun that was bound for Super Uranus. Some of this matter would be intercepted by and incorporated into the primitive planets. Induced by the electrical flow, a magnetic field was generated, which encircled the axis and rapidly pinched the gases. The pinch effect is self-limiting, in that the more the current, the more the pinch. An infinite current, in theory, pinches the current carriers into an infinitesimal volume. The plenum at formation was electron-rich, relative to the stars and the planetary nuclei centered within it. These latter electron-deficient bodies promptly initiated a transaction to obtain more electrons by expelling electron-deficient atoms into the volume of the plenum. The charge differences within the sac were modulated with time. In other words, the plenum was losing electrons from its perimeter to its center. In response, the size of the sac collapsed under cosmic pressure. In time, this charge redistribution might have diminished the volume of the sac by as much as tenfold, compressing the cone of gases into a cylinder or column of small diameter. Running along the axis between the Sun and Super Uranus was an electrical discharge joining the two principles. Moving with this electrical flow was matter from the Sun that was bound for Super Uranus. Some of this matter would be intercepted by and incorporated into the primitive planets. Induced by the electrical flow, a magnetic field was generated, which encircled the axis and rapidly pinched the gases. The pinch effect is self-limiting, in that the more the current, the more the pinch. An infinite current, in theory, pinches the current carriers into an infinitesimal volume. Extinguishing it. Blevin, 1964, page 214. Material would be extruded at both ends of the pinched flow by the pressure induced in the pinch. This circular magnetic field, a magnetic tube, would induce randomly moving ions of the plenum to circulate along the field direction. The circulating motion of the ions eventually would be transferred by collision to the neutral gases. The result would be in the outer regions flow would be dominated by revolution around the circumference of the tube. Everything here would eventually revolve uniformly. The innermost regions of the column were dominated by flow along the axis. Considerable transaction occurred at the junction of these two separately moving regions of the column, the central and the peripheral. Some luminosity would arise from the transaction of electrons and ions deep within the magnetic tube. The ions, electrically accelerated towards Super Uranus, were neutralized at some point along their trajectory. At neutralization, X-rays were produced. Some of the ions would be neutralized upon collision within the magnetic tube, most upon reaching Super Uranus. But because the pinch phenomenon noted above, some ions would be extruded and neutralized near the perimeter of the sac behind Super Uranus. Despite the high gas density in the original plenum, X-ray emission would be observable from the outside. That such is the case elsewhere is indicated by Brennan. As the plenum diluted with time in a manner to be discussed in Chapter 11, the outside observer would see deeper and deeper into the system, and eventually all of the X-ray emission would come from the interference between the magnetic tube and the surface of Super Uranus. As in other binary systems, a partial eclipse of the main X-ray source would then be seen as the dumbbell revolved See Tannenbaum and Hutchings for data on other binaries. Matsuka notes a positive correlation between X-ray and optical emission in binaries. Radio-emitting regions surround many binary systems. Wick-Ramsingke and Bessel. Spangler and his colleagues claim that radio emission from binary stars is noted for stars that are overluminous. The radio emission is generated by electrons transacting with the magnetic field associated with the inner star axis. That is, emission is enhanced when a stronger transaction occurs between the stars, causing the overluminosity is understandable using our model. Despite the high gas density in the original plenum, X-ray emission would be observable from the outside. That such is the case elsewhere is indicated by Brennan. As the plenum diluted with time in a manner to be discussed in Chapter 11, the outside observer would see deeper and deeper into the system, and eventually all of the X-ray emission would come from the interference between the magnetic tube and the surface of super Uranus. As in other binary systems, a partial eclipse of the main X-ray source would then be seen as the dumbbell revolved. See Tannenbaum and Hutchings for data on other binaries. Matsuka notes a positive correlation between X-ray and optical emission in binaries. Radio-emitting regions surround many binary systems. Wick-Ramsingke and Bessel. Spangler and his colleagues claim that radio emission from binary stars is noted for stars that are overluminous. The radio emission is generated by electrons transacting with the magnetic field associated with the inner star axis. That is, emission is enhanced when a stronger transaction occurs between the stars, causing the overluminosity is understandable using our model. At the perimeter of the plenum, optical effects would show to an outside observer an apparent absorption shell associated with the hidden binary within. Like many of the close binary systems, the stars of SOLARIA BINARIA would not be resolvable in a distant telescope. But the binary nature of the system could be known because observable differences could be produced as the dumbbell revolved. Gas-containing binary systems, as described here and elsewhere, Batten, 1973, represent the state of SOLARIA BINARIA at various epochs, and especially in its last days. As the binary system collapsed, the plenum thinned, allowing direct observation of light produced by sources inside the sac. The gas disk, theoretically implied to surround the stars of other binaries, is waning in the late translucent plenum. The gas streams detected flowing between certain binary components are present in SOLARIA BINARIA along what we call the electrical arc. The gas clouds, whose absorption spectrum leads us to believe that they envelope entire binary systems, correspond to the perimeter of the early opaque plenum. As SOLARIA BINARIA evolved, each of the classes of circumstellar matter noted by astronomers became observable in their turn. Inferable from the above is the degree of visibility from the Earth's surface or from any point of the planetary belt within the plenum. Overall, there is a translucence. Objects near at hand might be distinguished, certainly after the halfway mark in the million-year history of SOLARIA BINARIA was past. Sky bodies were indistinguishable from Earth. With passing time, the level of light would increase. In the beginning, the light is scattered, and the sky is a dim white. As the plenum thinned electrically, the sky bodies would emerge as diffuse reddish patches. During this process, the sky would brighten and become more blue. Thus, as they emerge, Super Uranus and the Sun brighten and whiten, while the sky becomes darker and bluer. At a time related to the changes soon to be discussed, around 14,000 years ago, the Earth is suddenly peopled by humans, and one may investigate whether any memories remain of the plenum. There seem to be several legendary themes that correlate with our deductions about visibility. Seemingly, Aboriginal legends describe the heavens as hard, heavy, marble-like luminous. Earliest humans were seeing a vault, a dome, probably in retrospect to the heaven, as ascribed the human qualities of a robe or covering, and by extension, part of the anthropomorphic god. Thus, the Romans saw Colossus, the Chinese Tien, the Hindus Varuna, and the Greeks Uranus. Vale, 1905 to 1972, presents ample evidence that day and night were uncertain, and that the heavens were continuously translucent. When the Hindu myth says the world was dark and asleep until the great demiurge appeared, we construe the word dark as non-bright relative to the sunlight sky that came later. Heaven and earth were close together, were spouses according to Greek and other legends. The global climate of the earth in the plenum was wet. All is born from the insemination of the fecund earth by the sky, said some legends. There was so much moisture in the plenum that although the ocean basins were not yet structured, first proto-humans might confuse the waters of the firmament above with the earth waters. In some legendary beginnings, a supreme deity had dispatched a diver to bring out earth from the great primordial waters of chaos, and the earliest condition was referred to as a chaos, not in the present sense of turbulent clouds, disorder, and disaster, but in the sense of lacking precise indicators of order, such as a cycle that would let time be measured. Tien is the Chinese heaven. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Universally present chaos without form. The gods who later give men time, such as Kronos, are specifically celebrated. Therefore, Plato, sky bodies were invisible. Legends of creation do not begin with a bright sky filled with beings, but speak of a time before this, when the first sky body observations were reported. They are of falling bodies. The earliest fixed heavenly body in legend is not the sun, the moon, the planets, nor the stars, but Super Uranus, as will be described later on. Nor was the radiant perimeter of the sac visible. It lay far beyond discernment, as such, and was, in any case, practically indistinguishable from its luminescence. The electrical arc would have been visible directly only in its decaying days, being likewise sheathed from sight by dense atmosphere of the tube, that the arc or axis appeared along with the sky bodies. Before its radiance expired is to be determined in the next chapter. where its composition and operation are discussed. End of chapter. A quick one. Chapter 6. The electrical axis and its gaseous radiation. The binary electrical system was distinguished by an electrical flow between the principles. This was a highly energetic discharge, which generated chemical and probably nuclear transformations among the gaseous constituents of the plenum. It provided the heat, energy, for life to emerge. The gaseous plenum initially seems to have contained an excess of hydrogen. The combination of electrical arc and hydrogen-rich gases favored the quick production of organic molecules of the biological systems, Miller and Urey, within the plenum. An electrical current flowing along the axis of the binary of the order of 10 to the 14th amperes, 100 teraamperes, would produce sufficient magnetic field intensity to constrain the plenum gases up to 64,000 kilometers from the axis. See ahead to Chapter 7. Electrical breakdown can occur in dense gases where the electrical field intensity is of the order of 25 kilovolts per centimeter. The longer the electrical column, the greater the potential difference required between the principles in order for breakdown to occur. Once breakdown occurs, the voltage drop at a place decreases from kilovolts per centimeter to tenths of a volt per centimeter. Along the discharge column, the voltage drop varies considerably. It is greatest near the electrodes and is very small at most points in the body of the discharge. It is difficult to estimate the energy that would be released by a discharging arc unless the voltage drop across the arc is known. Since we do not know this value for SOLARIA BINARIA, we must define the arc's parameters in terms of other criteria. One must be preoccupied with the thermal constraints upon the Earth and its developing biosphere. It is known that transverse heat flow is hindered by the presence of a strong magnetic field. Also, the gases, insulated, diffused, and rendered uniform, the intermittent blasts of the arc by the time the radiation reached the region occupied by the planets. Nevertheless, the closer the Earth to the arc, the more energy it would have received. For some time, the Earth gained its energy almost entirely from the arc source. It is reasonable to assume that Earth's temperature must soon have developed below 325 Kelvin. If the Earth to arc distance is chosen to be fixed at 64,000 kilometers from the arc, the Earth is irrotational with respect to the arc, and it absorbs all incoming energy. See ahead to Chapter 13. The heat flowing away from the binary arc cannot much exceed 2.6 times 10 to the 14th watts per kilometer of arc. Such an arc would dissipate at least 3.1 times 10 to the 22nd watts within the sec. Given the constraints to radial heat flow cited above, the actual arc could have been much more energetic than we calculate here. Thus, the discharge should have produced a small region of hot gas centered along the electrical axis. Surrounding the gases of the discharge was a large opaque mantle of cool gases. Within the cooler gases were the electrically charged planets, which had been repelled from the arc but caught up in the magnetic tube. See ahead, Chapter 7. In terrestrial lightning, the period of electrical buildup, leader process, compared to time of discharge, return stroke, is in the ratio of hundreds to 1. The recovery time before the next stroke has built up is often 800 times the duration of the stroke. Thus, it would be reasonable to conceive of the SOLARIA BINARIA arc as discharging about 1,000th of the time. A lightning bolt leader moves about 300 kilometers per second. Thus, late in the history of SOLARIA BINARIA, it would have taken about 350,000 seconds for the leader to work its way along the 105 gigameters between the principles. The return discharge propagates faster, taking only 2,190 seconds, or 36.5 minutes. I wonder how he figured all this out. Did this art, so necessary to life, persist even into the time of human awareness? As Super Uranus receded from the Sun, and the planets redistributed themselves further apart in its wake, it is logical to assume that the intensity of the arc declined, and its flow became intermittent. Hence, at around 13,000 years before the present, an observer on Earth would have seen a great flickering and coiling axis or column of fire. Solaria's electrical binary connection differs from a terrestrial lightning stroke of today in that it involves many concurrent, but not necessarily simultaneously launched, arc channels. A close analogy would be the granular cells seen at the bottom of the discharge channels between the galaxy and the surface of today's Sun. In this latter case, the difference between the arc in SOLARIA BINARIA and the radially directed discharges on today's Sun is the absence of a closely spaced, non-electrically neutral companion body. This proximity, which was present in SOLARIA BINARIA, induced a continual series of electrical explosions to be conducted along the electrical tube joining the closest localities of the surfaces of the two stars. The plenum gases at this time, especially near the arc, were dense enough to be opaque to radiation. A discharge that is opaque appears to radiate from its surface rather than from the whole volume of gas. In consequence, energy flows diffusely away from the central discharge into the surrounding gas, some as radiant energy, some as the flow of excited matter, some by thermal conduction, by kinetic energy exchange and collision. Collisions will act so as to maintain an outward flow of energy. Somerville. Usually, ions and electrons diffuse radially from the column. Later, they recombine, giving up the energy of ionization to the gas. Also, excited atoms, especially those which are long-lived, flow away from the column, carrying internal excitation energy, which they can release when deactivated by a collision with the non-excited atom or molecule. I heard that atoms never die. You know, if that's true, it's just what I heard. The relative importance of radiation when contrasted with conduction for redistributing the arc's energy will depend upon the composition of the gas and the gas pressure. Some gases, like hydrogen and helium, are not efficient radiators of visible light. However, for all gases, high pressure makes radiation more important than conduction in the transfer of energy. In the laboratory, electric arc current flows are of the order of 10 amperes per square centimeter. If such an arc were to flow between the early Sun and its close companion Super Uranus, it need strike only a rather small area of the latter. A discharge column, if encompassing an area of only 10 to the 13th square centimeters, could produce an arc current of 100 amperes. In an electric arc, the gases burn in a relatively narrow column. The higher the gas pressure, the narrower the discharge column, and the more difficult it becomes to sustain a uniform current through the discharge. Somerville. Strong arc discharges, such as lightning channels, seem to bend in helical shape. Such bending seems to generate a condition within the arc which can terminate the discharge. Non-electrical gradients in the conducting electrified gases are usually offered as explanation for the curving of the discharge channel. These mechanical drifts set up within electrical discharges are probably better explained as electrical drifts, but neither explanation goes very far at present. Revolution of the gases around the longitudinal axis of laboratory discharge columns tends to stabilize the discharges. When they do, the rotating gases are said to create a radial gravitational field, Somerville. Similar vortical stabilization is noted in rotating air. It is suggested in tornadoes, where almost continuous vertical lightning activity occurs. The rotating gases surrounding and driven by the magnetic tube and SOLARIA binaria would act to keep the electric discharge going when it otherwise would have gone out. In the laboratory, high current discharges are so unstable that continuous operation is not easily maintained. The pinch effect usually extinguishes the discharge. Within the current removed magnetic field, relaxation occurs so that hot electrified gases begin to diffuse away, cooling the discharge column. Electrical forces quickly establish the current, stopping the outward flow of hot matter. So it was too in SOLARIA binaria. The arc pulsed regularly, responding to some natural rhythm between the forces leading to extinction and the forces promoting resurrection. High gas densities favor brief, frequently reoccurring pulses of arcs. Could this mechanism be the origin of the regular pulses of radiation observed in celestial objects called pulsars? As the gas density decreases, the arc's pulsing frequency would decline. Pulsars show a slowing of the pulse rate with time. I would imagine that a big enough plasmoid could be mistaken for a pulsar. But, it's a good question. The electric arc operating in SOLARIA binaria is a cosmic discharge of long duration in the course of 17 letters about cosmic electrical discharges. 1958 to 1964 has documented examples of smaller arcs of shorter duration and of longer arcs lasting to millions of years. We concur with this conclusion that electric discharges on a cosmic scale explain many phenomena observed in the astronomical realm. Bruce has convinced us that only scale differentiates lightning discharges observed regularly in the Earth's troposphere from solar flares, periodic discharges in the giant envelopes of gases surrounding certain variable stars, and the enormous eruptions moving through the entire volumes of certain active galaxies. He proposed that an electric discharge liberating energy comparable to that ascribed to the quasars was capable of transforming elliptical galaxies into spirals. It would seem, and that would make sense too, because it's probably exactly the opposite of what mainstream thinks it is. They got everything wrong. It would seem that the quasar phenomenon is, in fact, a galaxy in transformation. Well, there you go. That's DeGrazia getting it from Halton Art. This is the grandest of cosmic lightning discharges. In its wake, the spiral arms of the galaxy form with their metal-rich stars. Bruce speculated that in the enormous temperatures generated in these discharges, nucleosynthesis transmutes smaller atoms into larger ones. It is this latter possibility that leads us to postulate that nuclear transformations were accomplished in the arc of SOLARIA binaria. If they were, they probably occurred most vigorously at the beginning, when the discharge current was greatest. Despite the many problems with laboratory experimentation in this area, some supportive work has taken place. Using a pulsed high current arc discharge. Russian workers produced beams of 40 kilo-electron volt deuterons at instabilities in the discharge. Somerville, page 55. This achievement is consistent with certain proposed nucleosynthetic processes that occurred in low-energy flares above star surfaces. Canal. Zirin gives us mechanism for the generation of solar flares resembling processes which might occur within regions of a pinched electrical arc. Even more closely related to the situation in SOLARIA BINARIA is JOVES, speculation that X-ray burst sources result from thermonuclear flashes. X-ray burst sources are episodic, and some bursts are more frequent. Many burst sources can be inactive for weeks. X-ray sources, steady, and bursters are associated with binary star systems. Now, that stuff is scary. Talking about stars bursting. No thanks. If particularly the burst sources are due to thermonuclear reactions in close binary star systems, then we can be confident that these reactions occurred in SOLARIA BINARIA, and they were instrumental in shaping its chemical and biological structure. In so much as these thermonuclear events were part of an early history of the electrical axis, no human would have observed this part of his ultimate creation. The last chapter mentioned what the earliest true humans would have generally perceived, but it postponed treating their special experience with the electrical axis. A correlation of the electrical axis with early legends about central fire may be probative. At one region of the Earth, the axis might be expected to appear as kind of a rainbow of fire or neon tube low across the sky, ending at Super Uranus. And another region of the arc might appear more short at the horizon and stretch to the red star in the opposing hemisphere. The arc might be visible alone first, and then might reach for and finally attain the sun, with the axis blossoming at the sun, thus creating it. Or vice versa. The flickering of the arc, when slowed down enough to be noticeable, might resemble red-coiled snakes intertwining and crawling brokenly towards the great red god. Indeed, the snake and dragon accompany very early gods and goddesses. The serpent of the Jupiter-type myth is always seen to be a creation of the Proto-Saturn god, Trustman and Ogie Hogan. I've heard that name before, from Velikovsky. That is, Uranus, the Saturnian image with snakes from India, I think it's an alias, and the Chinese painting of the espoused deities shown in figure 12 and figure 32 are suggestive. Serpents are among the earliest symbols of art and myth. The color red is widely used and sacred in archaic, perhaps Paleolithic Uranian times. Rushner. However, the abundance of such symbols is counterbalanced by their generality as reference, lacking specific applications to phenomena. They are an unreliable indication of the electrical axis. Certain symbols associated directly with Saturn of the time of Super Saturn are also suggestive of the arc. These include the courtly long-gowned figure of the god, the tree of life, including the Christmas tree, the sacred mountain, and others, Talbot, that convey the image of the god atop a cone-shaped or pyramidal design on top of the world. Now, Dave Talbot wrote the Saturn myth 4 years before, if I'm not mistaken, 1980. This book came out in 84. In Iroquois land, at the beginning of things, the chief of heaven, in a fit of jealousy towards his spouse, uproots the tree whose flowers illuminate the celestial world. The sun and moon did not exist at the time. He cast his wife fertile earth into the hole and replaced the tree. That's terrible. 1967, he laid. The planet Saturn in ancient Indian art. Brahma, planet Saturn, encircled, riding by serpents. Testimony from an early time of the serpent motif in cosmogony, reproduced courtesy of SIS Review. Among the Neju Dayak of Borneo, the creator couple, dwelling as birds in the tree of life, and damaged the tree badly. Some time after the first humans are born, of their efforts, the tree is destroyed. Jeez. I wonder we're like we are. Linguistic frame of modern science. You know, like Mother Earth was raped by this guy and beat up and thrown in a hole. Linguistic frame of modern science is the concept of the central fire that occupied early Greek philosophy. This has particularly descended through the fragments attributed to Philios the Pythagorean drawer. Rose has thoroughly explored the material. Philios was the first of the secretive Pythagoreans to publish a book, and his treatment by Plato leaves little doubt that he represented a considerable school of archaic science. Some 32 attributes of the central fire are to be elicited from Philios and Heraclitus, as presented by Rose, all of which can be accompanied to the theory of the electrical axis of SOLARIA BINARIA. The central fire was thought to have been a layer of fire above a layer of air. It is the center of the world. It is cone-shaped. It never sets and has always the same location in the sky. It is alone the highest, unmoving, stable, the beginning of everything. The earth orbits around the fire, but earth does not rotate upon itself, nor has the earth any obliquity. The fire is not counted among the numbered bodies of celestial sphere. It is not called Saturn, or by any other name except that it was termed the mother of the gods. It is called the hearth of all, the residence of Zeus, his throne, his tower, his fortress. It is a divine ruler and teacher. It is the altar, the bound, and the measure of nature. The sun borrowed light from the fire. The sun orbits around it. The moon, planets, and stars orbit the fire. Heraclitus reported it as an ever-living fire, kindling itself by regular measures and going out by regular measures, he said. That it advances and retires, Rose. Earth turns always the same face towards the fire. A counter-Earth exists, which is closer to the Earth than to the fire, and obscures the fire from view. The match of SOLARIA BINARIA's axis of electrical fire, as electrical discharges were called until the 19th century, with the attributes of the central fire in Greek cosmogony is close. The mention of celestial bodies can be explained as reflecting later observation of some traits. End of chapter. That was a good one. I enjoyed that chapter. Depending on how it does, I'll decide to do the second half or not. Thanks for listening.
Take a walk through the universe and see where we live.
Chapter 13. The Nova of Super Uranus and Ejection of the Moon. Ancient Mesopotamian accounts of the gods tearing off each other's heads and limbs are not baffling in the context of early human existence. But these and similar stories of the Teutonic, Greek, Roman, Hindu, Iranian, Mexican, Egyptian, and archaic primitive religions are baffling in regard to their positioning in time. Given an empirically established calendar, a general review of the early literature may assign a period to them. Tentatively, we assign these earliest theomachies to a period of Super Uranus instability and the climactic nova of Super Uranus that drastically changed the face of the Earth. According to Hindu accounts, while Adityas and Vitras fought in the troubled first phase of the skies, heaven and earth living together in a common house, bore Indra. At first concealed, he fed upon Soma until he attained enormous size, whereupon he blew heaven and earth apart forever, filling the atmosphere by himself and exploding the Vitras in the process by thunderbolts. From the exploded belly of Vitra came the cosmic waters, acknowledged Indra, Super Uranus, as their new lord. Out of the waters came also the sun, Varuna. Heaven as Super Uranus presided, as order and truth emerged from primordial chaos. This narrative is but one culture's account of mankind's witnessing of the explosion of the celestial body. An alternative from the Vedic period has a cosmic egg, here Super Uranus, floating for 1,000 years in the primordial waters, our plenum, until it burst as a nova, to reveal the Lord of the universe, Purusha. It may be that Purusha is yet another phase of the troubled Super Uranus. From the navel of Purusha sprang a lotus bright as 1,000 suns, possibly an electric arc, whence came Brahma, who acquired Purusha's powers as Lord of the universe, and whom we shall identify below as Super Saturn. Cardona, 1978. The cracking of the cosmic egg may represent the sight of a fissioning Super Uranus in human memory. The Hebrew book of Genesis begins with a primordial light that did not have the company of the celestial bodies until the 4th day. This may have been lightness or a light. The deity may have been Super Uranus, who first gave lightness and then a light of himself. Some, Cardona, place the deity here already into the Saturnian period, justifiably asserting the perennial names and qualities of Elohim and Saturn. We speculate that either Genesis begins after the Super Uranian nova with Super Saturn, or that the great expanse of time, Elohim, and his Uranian role was merged into Elohim in his Saturnian role. Generalizing on this problem, Trustman and Ogyehogan comment that where there is descent from the father to son, it is obvious otherwise the transaction between the original deity and the later Saturn god is not too marked. The Sumerian ideogram for star, god, and heaven, An, is one and the same, a simple 8-pointed star shape. This strongly suggests that they believed the original heaven was a body that later became a star. It also strongly indicates that the first deity was this star heaven god. Trustman Ogyehogan, quoting Kramer. The Egyptians defined Atum as the incomplete one who became complete, says Lowry, citing the coffin text. We may surmise that this heaven becoming a star, Atum, was depicted by the Egyptians as a setting sun. There is every indication that this original deity was at one time the only visible planetary body of the heavens. From the Hindu sources we have, in the beginning, Prajapati existed alone. The Egyptian records tell that Atum was alone in the primeval watery abyss. The deities An, Anu, Sumeric, and Uranos, Greek, were both lone planetary deities, although their names translate literally as heaven. In each case, the successor to the original deity was a Saturn-type god. In the Edda epic of Scandinavia, the spirit brooding over the dark, abysmal water calls order out of chaos, and once having given the impulse to all creation, the first cause returns and remains forevermore. The star in its pre-nova state was apparent from the time of its emergence From out of the gloom into now activated heavens, the interval from 14,000 to 11,000 years ago may be designated as the age of Urania. The skies were falling upon the transformed primate schizoid Homo sapiens. Children's fables like that of Chicken Little, who led the barnyard animals in a search for an authority to do something about the falling skies, are ancient and widespread, and are not to be neglected as reflections of the ancient traumas. Imprinted upon the collective memory and sublimated into the first fictional literature alongside the sacred religious myths, DeGrazia, when the heavens were broken open, as by Pan-Ku, the Chinese creator god. Super Uranus appeared in the north, immense and egg-shaped, probably resembling a giant eye. 2. Atop the sky. At first the white of the albumen, it became yolk red and radiated heat. It was probably the primordial light of the beginning lines of the Hebrew Genesis. As noted above, the present celestial bodies appeared only on the fourth day of creation. To the south, less luminous because it was much more distant, was the sun. There were now 3 sources of heat: the magnetic tube powered by the arc, the sun, and most prominent of all, Super Uranus, depending upon the earthly observer's location. Either Super Uranus or the sun could be discerned through the thinning gases. In general, northern observers glimpsed Super Uranus, southerners saw the dimmer but larger sun. During this period of instability, Super Uranus erupted regularly. The body of the star contained electric charges distributed internally to be in balance with the charge on the surface, which was transacting with the sun and or the galaxy. The sun, via the arc, had been robbing Super Uranus of electrons for almost 1 million years, a process that kept the surface of Super Uranus relatively drained of charge. Super Uranus charge deficient surface could be altered in one of 2 ways: a sudden influx of galactic charge or short-lived disruption of the arc. Both would overcharge the Uranian surface. The reaction would be to further concentrate the charges within Super Uranus, when the surface charge again became reduced, which would happen if the arc suddenly reconnected, allowing a burst of ions into Super Uranus. The interior of Super Uranus, now overly packed with charge, would respond by outbursting charged matter into space. This outburst would not normally escape from the domain of the star which generated it. Most of it would in time be reabsorbed into the star, returning the released charge. Charged debris falling back could help induce conditions for another electric compression and outburst, and so the star erupted cyclically. The cycle of erupting away highly charged material and subsequently reabsorbing it follows directly the notion of a plenum of charged gases around the binary system itself, secondarily around each charged body of the binary. The extent of each plenum is determined by the charge on the body it surrounds and by the charge in the plenum gases. When an eruption occurs, the plenum gases increase in charge and expand their sac. Electric fields are set up which cause charges to flow, thereby decreasing the surrounding charge relative to that within the central body. The plenum then begins to collapse. Pieces within the sac discharge and also fall back. In the age of Urania, each body might be said to possess an autonomous sac and plenum, immersed in the now diluted plenum of the whole system. The plenum of Solaria had by this time become so tenuous that the individual bodies had established around themselves electrospheres, regions of charges, gases, and from time to time solid matter. These spheres, or regional environments, were to their central bodies what the plenum had been to the system, and that they defined the limit of the body's influence upon nearby matter and charges. Vestiges of the electrospheres are found today in the electric sheaths surrounding the Sun and the various planets. The transition occurred mostly in the time of Jupiter. See Chapter 15. The restoration of erupted pieces occurs so long as they do not exceed a certain critical size. Judging by today's solar system, this would seem to be about 22 kilometers in diameter, or a volume of 6,000 cubic kilometers. Pieces that could not be reabsorbed could become satellites of their parent body, as had Super Uranus and the primitive planets. But in Solaria, they could be transferred from the realm of one body to another, whenever the two electrical plena involved were contiguous. In these special circumstances, escape was possible. The smaller sacs could leak gases and pieces into adjoining sacs. This is how Super Uranus bombarded the planets. Its outbursts electrically charged the Earth's sac and filled it with debris of diverse sizes. The cooling Earth, noted during the Uranian period, could be accomplished by several means. As the plenum cleared, more and more of the arc's energy was transmitted directly to the Earth without involving the plenum gases as intermediary. Thus, albedo became more important in the energy transfer. Where earlier the heated plenum kept the Earth warm, now the light conveyed energy directly to the Earth. If the cloudy Earth reflected 52% of the radiation from the arc, the Earth would cool to 270 Kelvin from its former warmer temperature. That's 26 degrees Fahrenheit. -3 Celsius. Alternatively, if the Earth accepted more than half of the light, but the arc cooled, the temperature would also drop, right at 87. Super Uranus ejected a large chunk of its material down the magnetic tube towards the Sun. This element, to be termed Uranus Minor, was preceded and accompanied by gaseous blasts and water, badly out of electrical equilibrium, both because of the electrical cataclysm which ravished Super Uranus, and because the ejects now followed orbits, taking them into regions of greatly different space charge. A vast, brightly glowing space charge sheath surrounded Uranus Major as it hurtled towards the Earth. See Jerkins, 1972, for a discussion of these sheaths. At the time of the eruption, the Earth is revolving around the arc, moving counterclockwise, viewed from Super Uranus. The globe is oriented with Africa, the Old North, facing the explosion. The magnetic poles lie on the rotational equator, Greenland leading and Antarctica following. At this time, the Earth had a continental crust everywhere. The continents that survive today were bunched around Africa, then located at the north rotational pole. In Figure 27, the land areas of the world today are drawn schematically as they related to Pangean, all Earth times. They accord with the geophysical and paleontological findings of the continental drift school of thought. 88. Uranus Minor, moving from Super-Uranus towards the Sun, encounters the outside edge of Earth, the Pacific side, in passing. See Figure 28. An intense transaction occurs between the two. Electrical polarization distorts the shape of both bodies and their sacks, and the Earth's magnetic axis wrenches out of line, which causes the world to shudder. The sudden movement loosens part of the lithosphere. Torrents of water or ice flow or slide across the surface. Fiery blasts strike the area, which is now the West Central Pacific Ocean, opening massive craters, some deep enough to release mantle material previously 30 kilometers below the surface. At perigee, the transaction between Earth and Uranus Minor reaches a maximum. The crust on the side closest to the intruder cracks and fragments explosively. As much as half of the Earth's continental material rises into the sky, leaving exposed much of the upper mantle. This extraction initiates the reshaping of the lithosphere to produce the structure we study today, whereas before this event, the entire Earth was topped by a thick granite layer. Basalt was now exposed. In its brief encounter with the Earth, which we estimate to have lasted many hours, Uranus Minor peeled a deep swath of crust and some upper mantle material from the Central Pacific, and to less depth from the Great Seamount area west of the Americas. The surviving land from the age of Urania, prior to the eruption of Super-Uranus, which hurled the large fragment, Uranus Minor, down. The magnetic tube passed the Earth. Our planet was covered by a complete shell of granitic crust. Much of that crustal layer was lost when the Earth encountered Uranus Minor. That crust which remains was once clustered around the ancient north rotational pole, which then always faced towards Super-Uranus. It was ruptured and rifted by the close passage of Uranus Minor. The Earth wobbled eccentrically as mechanical. Electric and magnetic forces acted upon it. Surrounding the wounded surface was a rampart of devastating granites. Within it there were thousands of seamounts, unable quite to explode into the sky, and now frozen like pulled taffy. At its center was Figure 28, the encounter of Uranus Minor with the Earth. The Earth was in orbit around the electric arc at the time when Uranus Minor passed close by it. Then the Earth's surface was irrotational with respect to the arc, so that one point on the crust, magnetic south, was always leading on the orbit, see the picture, and the point on the opposite side, magnetic north, was always trailing, see overpage. Though the crustal arrangement of that time placed the lands differently, the lands on the present globe, which did not take up their present positions until after the catastrophe described here, would be orientated as indicated on figures 28A and B. Relative to the arc and the Sun, Uranus Minor set the Earth on the trailing side and departed on the leading side. Compare with Figure 18, tearing away crust and creating the moon basin where shown. An abysmal plain where the surface of the Earth's mantle appeared scoured of its covering. It was then, and is now, the deepest basin of the Earth's surface. The blow-off was so great that it pulled the great central magnet of the Earth 436 kilometers toward it, making the shortest circle line of the Earth's magnetic field of today pass through the Society Islands. The Earth's center of gravity was pitched 5 kilometers toward the Great Pacific Depression. In this one brief event, the entire original southern hemisphere of the Earth's crust was electrically ejected into the sky. The unbounding of the crustal granite and mantle from the subsurface magma involved a large transfer of energy. If the interbody transaction is translated into thermal terms, the heat would have been perhaps impossible for the Earth to support without vaporizing the biosphere and the globe itself. About 10 to the 32 joules are theoretically required to peel off the surface layer of the Earth entirely. Here, over half the crust was ejected. The balance was loosened and set into motion. However, the transaction consisted of a trade of material for electric charge. Uranus Minor, much more heavily charged, deposited charge upon the Earth. The new electrical energy was incorporated by the molecules of the Earth. Their internal atomic bonds were stretched. A very large amount of energy was required by the chemical bonds and supplied thermally by a huge column or front of lightning bolts blasted a swath into the sky during the pass-by. That heating which occurred was concentrated at the interface of crust and mantle and the bottom of the moon basin. In adjusting its figure following the ejection, the remaining landmass fractured and the Earth expanded by about 20%. DeGrazia, 1981. This represented a radial expansion of 9% and a corresponding atomic expansion throughout much of the Earth. The remainder of the continental mass that had covered the Earth fractured into the complex ocean ridge and land rift system viewed today, Figure 29. The separated blocks were electrically repelled and squeezed apart. They rafted speedily towards the moon basin. Lava welled up from below the fissures and widened them. Thousands of new volcanoes were instantly activated. The constellation of fractures exhibited in the world map of Figure 29 probably occurred within a day's time. DeGrazia, 1981, Manson, Chapter 4. Tectonic plate theory today regulates and fractures to a remote, unspecified area, with ocean basins always present. It invokes various mechanisms to accomplish over great stretches of time complex, slow movements of a number of plates carrying continental crust. The theory is not only unnecessary, it is mistaken on most obvious criteria. Melvin Cook, 1966, page 189. From the perspective of his research on explosives, points out readily the unified and simultaneous features of the global fracture system, finding in them what is ordinarily to be perceived in an explosive impact upon a globe. Possibly, certain minor fractures branched out or lengthened in the following months or years. Some fractures were not fully consummated, such as the African Near East Rift and the Trans-Asian Rift. Others have been covered in part by subsequent torques of the crust, as in the case of the San Andreas Fault, which was buried in the western movement of North America, or the Red Sea Adriatic Rhine Valley Rift, which was partially overridden by the Alps. It will be noted, too, how the Atlantic Ocean crack probably shot out from an Arctic base, traveled swiftly but against resistance, and then branched off to circumnavigate the South Pacific area, sending 4 continents on their separate journeys: South America, Africa, Australia, and Antarctica. A deluge of water fell from Uranus to the hot fissures and onto the volcanoes blasted into existence at the passage. There the waters exploded, expediting further cracking of the continents. The world, which shortly before had been heading for an icy end, now became hot and steamy and was threatening by falling water and rock. A cubic kilometer of Earth's atmosphere at present contains 10,000 tons of water. If the Uranian deluges were precipitated by electrical activity of the Earth's electrosphere, see ahead to note B, only 540 tons of water per cubic kilometer would be required in order to achieve the oceanic levels that we estimate occurred in the Uranian lunar periods. In the course of a millennium, an annual rainfall of 1.2 meters depth would have descended upon the Earth's surface, a rainfall that a substantial section of the world's people enjoy today. This would be adequate to fill the basins up to the continental slopes, about half of the present ocean volume. Most of the rest of rainfall belongs to the story of Saturn, Chapter 14, next chapter. Can't wait to get to it. The fractured surface of the Earth, Figure 29. Now, I guess what it's saying is that he's going with the theory that the moon was born out of the Pacific Basin. Well, it's entirely possible. There's got to be a reason why there is no land in half the world. All of the land is on the Atlantic side. The whole Pacific Ocean, outside of a couple little islands, is empty and deep, the deepest ocean in the world. So, whether the moon was swiped from Jupiter or created from the Earth, I think it's an interesting story, and you never know what can be gleaned. Following the removal of the moon from the bulk of the Earth by the action of passing Uranus Minor, the surviving broken continental crust of the Earth shattered and rapidly scattered, taking up new positions around the craters surrounding the moon basin, and what is today the Pacific Ocean deep. The troughs, ridges, and faults of the current crust were sculptured as the moon was torn from the Earth, and as the Earth recoiled and recovered from that devastating encounter with Uranus Minor. The volcanic and mountainous rim around the Pacific Ocean was created in this same catastrophe. The most prominent astroblims, were also products of the age of Urania, but not all of them were blasts accompanying the ejection of the moon. See, that's where Ramon and DeGrazia differ. Ramon says the moon was captured from Jupiter. Both are entirely possible. Yeah, I think the only place that they were the same in is the whole star creating the planet scenario with the cosmic egg. But I always wondered, and I'm sure that probably could have very well happened, but so was the Earth separate from all that? Is that why we witnessed it? I often wonder that. It'd be hard. If we were part of all of that going on, then how could we just appear here? We must have been in existence before all this happened. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, back to the story. Sorry. Areas were set on fire. Elsewhere, newly created basins were being paved with basalt. As floods descended from the highland, they were vaporized on the hot lava. The water recirculated. Torrents of rain fell upon cooler land, producing another flood, which was once more vaporized, and assembled to launch yet another torrent. The sky remained cloudy. The oceans formed. With extra charge on the globe, the Earth's volume increased. The continental blocks fractured and sometimes folded as they conformed to the underlying shape of the Earth's body, and occasionally as they underwent collision. Thus, the the geography of the modern world was established. Separated continents, ocean basins, global fractures and ridges, mountainous ramparts around the Pacific Basin, and a global circling welt, the old rotational equator, which forms the other great mountain chain of this planet. The Maharovicic discontinuity, which is found beneath the crust throughout the world, marks the level at which the ancient crust was severed from the underlying solid. The continents continue to float, moving today ever so slowly, but only 11,500 years ago, that motion was initiated in hours and rapidly completed. 3,000 years later, the continents were almost at rest and located close to where they are now found. They came to a halt because an electrical equilibrium had been established among them, at both their prows and their sterns. So even land masses have to equilibrate electrically. Interesting. The ocean basins by then held water roughly to the base of the continental shelves. Many seamounts and present oceanic islands. A seamount, I see, okay, that's just what it says it is, a seamountain. Were exposed and acquired biospheres in time. But another deluge, the Saturnian, or Noachian, was to come. The sculpting of the ocean basins occupied a millennium. During all of this time, waters continued to descend onto Earth from the sky in rains and occasional small deluges. Both old and new waters traversed the continental masses in the gorges of the major fractures, converting them into rivers that poured over the continental shelves and into the abysses, forming slopes too. From the large amounts of detritus that they transported, the slopes were largely formed from broad-sheeted runoffs from the continental blocks. Within the basin, the heavy heat from continuous mantle extrusions evaporated the waters, forming dense clouds that filled and rose above the abysses into the atmosphere above the continental blocks. The early continents, until eroded, were large buttes surrounded by the new paved basins, located 5,000 meters below the surviving land masses. There are indications that the drop of 5 kilometers into the abyss from the continental shelves was known to the ancients. URANUS, the Greek super Uranus, cast his rebellious sons into Tartarus, a gloomy place in the underworld, which lies as far distant from the earth as the earth does from the sky. It would take a falling anvil 9 days to reach its bottom. Graves, Hesiod. One notes the gloom, the dense clouds below the habitable plateaus, the position below the human world. Precipitousness. Gotta find the metaphor of an unimpeded falling object. Ancient sailors spoke of falling off the edge of the world, a fear also present in the modern child. The concept of hell, which John Locke said was so persistent that it must have represented some human experience, may have arisen from the era of the great chasms. Hell is straight down, is burning, is fulminating, is sulphurous. There was, too, a world of the antipodes that could not be reached, possibly across the abyss. Drier. At higher altitudes on the plateau, and where the edges of the abysses were remote, snow fell and glaciers formed. Such appears to be the only scheme by which the heat needed to raise the waters can be supplied. While an area that can support ice caps may exist to receive the waters, the old ice falls had been melted in the lunar eruption. The new ice persisted until the basins were filled up to the continental margins and the ocean cooled. Then, in the golden age of Saturn, the ice melted into the ample basins. Not until the Super Saturn nova was there another ice age. The disposition of the atmosphere is a crucial problem for our model. The atmosphere would have been sucked up under a gravitational model, and unquestionably much atmosphere and also water was lost in the eruption into space. However, the electrosphere was already operative, as indicated earlier, and was ionizing as well as electrically repulsing, and hence returning the gases that sought to leave the Earth. The reduction in atmospheric pressure was short-term and unquestionably fatal in a great many instances. Even at the antipode of the catastrophe, the air would have rushed toward the scene of the disaster. Some help would have been derived from counter-winds electrically repelled and driven to the antipode. The electrosphere, containing a mixture similar to, but richer than, that of the weakened plenum, would have originated downdrafts at the antipode. Assuming that the pre-lunarian atmosphere was 3 times the present density at sea level, and taking as the short-term extreme the habitat of people in the high Andes today, the atmospheric pressure might have been reduced to 1/6 for a short time. This would not eradicate life. The departing Uranus Minor is deflected slightly from its path by the Earth. It then crosses the binary axis so as to approach the Sun on the forward side, orbiting directly. Its passage by the Sun causes an electrical transaction which increases Uranus Minor's negative electric charge and ejects it into an orbit beyond the surviving binary pair. It now becomes the planet we know as Uranus, or possibly the planet Neptune. See ahead to Chapter 14. The granite and mantle material removed in the passage of Uranus Minor past the Earth is strewn along an arc between the retreating intruder and the gashed Earth, there mingling with ejects from Super Uranus and traveling with Uranus Minor. A portion of this debris escapes with Uranus Minor, but most of it, amounting to about 1/50th of the Earth's volume, is left behind in the space near Earth. For a time, some of it fell back upon the Earth as stone and dust. The rest, partly molten, was assembled by electrical pressure into a rapidly cooling globule, the form of fission of the body. In such a manner was foreseen by G. Darwin and Fisher. Later, Baker, 1954, constructed a simple instrument depicting the process. His drawing of the critical stage of the fission is reproduced in Figure 31. Figure 30, fragmentation of Super Uranus. In a scheme from the relocation of Uranus Minor, it is shown after its explosive ejection from the solar companion, which to that moment had been Super Uranus, but then had become the smaller Super Saturn. The released fragment, Uranus Minor, first traveled sunwards along the magnetic tube, where it passed close by the Earth, E, tearing crust away and forming the Moon in the process. Thereafter, the still electron-rich Uranus Minor moved into the vicinity of the Sun, S, before escaping into the outer regions of the system beyond, and the orbit of the new companion, O, where it is likely located today as one or the other of the two most distant major planets. A new sky god, goddess, the Moon, is born. Child of Mother Earth, Aphrodite, Urania. There you go, Rick. She is worshipped after her father retired from Earth's view. Fission of the Earth-Moon pair. This simple diagram illustrates the minuteness of the Moon compared to the Earth's bulk, despite its having removed half the Earth's crust when it departed. Eventually, the Moon orbited the electrical axis, repelled by its excessive charge to a greater distance from the axis than the Earth. From its removal as a piece of the Earth to the present, the Moon can never have been free of the Earth. If it had escaped, it would now be an inner planet of the Sun and an independent orbit, and far from the Earth. This leads us to conclude that so long as the Earth remained in the magnetic tube, the Moon remained close by. It orbited then, as it does now, with the Earth, though considerably closer to the Earth than today, seen only in a daylight sky. The Moon was not a significant object in the sky. Likely it was larger than the disk of Super Saturn, but it was incomparably fainter. It showed no phases, nor could it eclipse any body. It probably was always oppositely positioned in the sky to the arc and at quadrature with both of the brighter stellar bodies. In the period of accretion, debris and lightning would be striking the Moon from the plane of the swath in large part. Far-flung cultures portray the goddess of the Moon as a spinner. The first spinner, DeGrazia, 1981, in ancient spinning, as in its modern survivals, threads are held and fed from the one hand to the spindle held by the other hand. Sir, the spindle grows fat and round. Such myths may represent the accretion of the Moon and its assumption of a globular shape. C. Baker, 1954. The process would have been endured for generations and would have been most impressive at first, especially while the Moon was incandescent. Afterwards, it may have been visible only on occasion during electrical discharges. Schuschmann and Ogiogan quote Midrashim to the effect that the Moon fell was less brilliant, and tiny threads were loosened from her body. Also, some of her parts fell off. The legendary evidence of the rebirth of the Moon is discussed elsewhere. Darwin, Bellamy, Baker, and DeGrazia. Physical and astronomical evidence is abundant on the manner and recency of the Earth's perturbation and the birth of the Moon. Here we cite only salient examples from several scientific disciplines. The Moon's overall density approximates the density of the Earth's mantle material, so it is natural that many scientists have suggested some connection between the Moon's origin and the Earth's missing crust. The similarity between the chemical composition of the surface rocks of the Moon and Earth enhances the believability of this hypothesis, especially with regard to the amount of the noble metals, gold, platinum, nickel, etc. O'Keefe, 1973. That the Moon rocks are more impoverished and in the volatile elements, zinc, cadmium, lead, etc., than Earth rocks indicate that the moon material has been subjected to more heating than has Earth material. The moon rocks were formed under reducing conditions. Ferrous iron is common on the moon, while it is rare on the Earth. Where oxidized ferric iron is found, Arnold. If the moon agglomerates electrically in a depleted plenum, all of these differences are explained. The lunar material is heated as it is wrenched off the Earth. In space, it is dispersed into an oxygen-poor diluted gas, where it accretes electrically again, liberating heat. The forming moon is unable to conduct this heat away efficiently, as had the Earth, which accreted in a manner denser and more electrified plenum at an earlier time. The moon's internal structure testifies to the rapidity of its formation. Wood. Despite a high surface heat flow, the moon's interior is relatively cool today, below 1300 Kelvin. The moon seemingly accreted as a conglomerate, like stew chunks in sauce, DeGrazia 1981. Its 65 kilometers of anorthosite crust reveals that it was melted, or better, metamorphosized electrically, at the time of its agglomeration. Its over 3 trillion craters of 1 meter or greater in diameter, short, page 48, show that it underwent extremely heavy electrical blasting and debris bombardment after its emplacement. As a result, we are not surprised that some rocks returned to the Earth from the moon show strong and fairly stable remnant magnetization. Despite the weakness of the lunar global magnetic field, if electrical events magnetize the moon rocks, their in situ magnetizations should be quite disorganized, sporadic, and of varied strengths. Several in situ observations testify that the moon's formation was very recent. Lunar samples do not match modern theoretical expectations about primordial planet composition. Wood. The oxygen isotope ratio in lunar samples is identical to that in samples of terrestrial oxygen. Epstein and Taylor. The amount of helium-4, a product of radioactive decay found in the moon's rocks, is exceptionally low. Hyman. Indicative of the moon's youth. Cracked crystalline surface rocks show evidence of shock metamorphism and rapid cooling. Douglas, 1970. The bombardment has been extensive and repeated, while some debris is of recent origin. Using the conventional timescale, recency means about 1/400th of the moon's age. Using our timescale, it means very recently. DeGrazia, 1981, Baker, 1954, Velikovsky, 1969. The thin lunar atmosphere is accumulating now. Gases trapped when the moon agglomerated are still escaping from the orifices in its surface. Periodic eruptions are reported, notably in the craters Alphonsus and Plato, and within Schroeder's Valley, Menzel, there's our buddy, Wilkins and Moore. Moonquakes, frequent though weak, may be taken as evident that equilibrium has not yet been attained within the moon and within the Earth-Moon system, within the Earth's atmosphere too. It is presently impossible, however, to distinguish which or how much of these several phenomena are attributable to the throes of the birth or result from more recent encounters between the moon and other planetary bodies and comets. End of chapter. I think that had to be the longest chapter I've ever read. When he writes, he doesn't worry about saving the reader time, does he? He's pretty thorough. The next chapter is when the real fun starts. It's called The Golden Age and Nova of Super Saturn. That'll be coming next. Hope your holidays are going well. Chapter 14, The Golden Age and Nova of Super Saturn. The great god Saturn, identified by many names of many cultures, and often associated with the planet, which has been known in the most ancient times by that name, is the son of a god. In the ancient Buddhist liturgy, he is called Ravasuda, or son of the sun. Uranus, by his many names, does not have a father, but he is often referred to as the father of Saturn. Uranus is killed, castrated, defeated, retired, or dismissed, and usually it is the work of a Saturn figure. The physical circumstances of his end are those that may be associated with a stellar nova. As we have described it, so too Saturn comes to his end in a disastrous struggle thousands of years later, in favor of a new planetary god, Jupiter, also called by many names, and usually made the son of Saturn. There is reason to believe that the ancients, when they use the metaphor father-son, refer to sky bodies, meant the most direct and close relationship of one body to another. Saturn came into his own as king of the gods in the period following the destruction of Super Uranus and the ejection of the moon. We have recited only a portion of the mythic evidence for the period immediately following the rise of the moon god or goddess. There is little coherent knowledge of human societies of the time. Thousands of years were required for the reconstruction of the Earth's surface and the recovery of the biosphere. The possibilities of monumental and record-keeping cultures were low for many generations. Perhaps the moon would receive the extensive and obsessive worship of a great god, even the great god, for some 3,000 years before Saturn came into his own as ruler of the gods. More likely, we think, would be an earlier determination that the moon was fixed and captive, pallid, and earthly in origin, hence capable safely of dependent status, along with the Earth. Under Saturnian rule, Saturn would have ruled, therefore, either from 11,500 or from about 8,000 down to 5,700 years ago. The concluding date of 5,700 BP, before present, is related to proto-historical times, the time of the Great Deluge of Noah. In the Bible and the First Dynasty, of Egypt. The date is likely to be fixed with exactness someday. A Sumerian prison, for instance, names 10 kings who ruled before the flood, and says, "Then the flood swept over the earth. After the flood swept over, kingship again descended from heaven." Wiseman, the editor of the Prism, adds that there is actually a line drawn across the text to separate the post-diluvian events from those occurring before the flood. At this time, as the Saturn era moved towards a close, the disk of Saturn appeared 3 times larger than today's Sun. Well, it would have to be. Its orbit about the Sun took about 64 present days. Earth was still wheeling in orbit between the Sun and Saturn, such that from Earth, Saturn looked about 4/5 as large as the Sun. In a time close to 3 present days, Earth completed its circuit about the arc. Granted, an elliptical orbit, similar to that for binary stars of 64-day period, note D, Saturn and the Sun would apparently expand and diminish in size. Talbot, page 181. With this movement, timekeeping would be suggestible and simple. The Earth would also enjoy 2 seasons, cooler and warmer, each of more than 30 days duration. Brahma, as Super Saturn, absorbs, regurgitates, and reabsorbs as the ages pass. Mullen, page 15. So does Kronos, identified here with Super Saturn. As with Super Uranus, Kronos' instability made him less than an ideal father. In Greek myth, the great god Kronos, Saturn, swallowed at least 5 of the children born to him out of his sister's wife Rhea. She then hid her youngest, Zeus, and fed a wrapped stone to Kronos. When Zeus matured, he led a revolt that ended in the banishment of Kronos, after he had vomited up all his children alive. He's like, I was only kidding. The interpretation here is that Super Saturn was absorbing fragments that remained from the Super Uranus debacle, or ones erupted later by Super Saturn itself. Then, during its instability, it exploded back a number of them. Before as a nova, it fissioned into 4 major parts, corresponding in the myth to Jupiter, Zeus, his brothers Hades and Poseidon, and Saturn Minor, the distant planet of today. That Saturn possessed satellites was known to the ancients, Trishman Ogiogan. That Saturn was regarded as a second sun. A night sun is shown by Cordona, 1977, page 33. That it was bright is claimed by numerous ancient texts and authors. Surveyed by Jastrow, Mullen, Greenberg, Sizemore, and Velikovsky, 1973, 1978. Cordona, 1977. That it became exceedingly brilliant just before the deluge of Noah is implied in Hebrew legends. Trishman Ogiogan, quoting Ginsburg. One Hebrew source has the star as bright as 100 suns. That widespread cultures held Saturn, the god responsible for the deluge, is made clear by several authors already cited. That Saturn, the planet, was deemed responsible for the flood is equally plain, especially Velikovsky, 1978 and 1979. Velikovsky appears to have been the first to claim that Saturn became a nova, an idea that he found buried in Jewish rabbinical commentaries on the deluge. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Akkadian Saturn reproaches Zinlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Yes, I've heard that Velikovsky got in trouble for with certain parties, I guess, that are affiliated with that, because that was knowledge they did not want, the horde to have, I guess, for lack of a better term. But Velikovsky didn't see people like that. That's one of the things I like about the man the most. He respected people. But he never got any. In the mainstream, that is. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova, and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Ea, the Akkadian Saturn, reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Triceres, a son of Prajapati and a saintly Saturn figure, was a three-headed god, with heads resembling the sun, the moon, and the fire, which we interpret respectively as Saturn itself. The celestial crescent and the electric arc Indra, a Hindu Jupiter, slew Triceres with a thunderbolt, whereupon Triceres' three heads shone with brilliant energy until they were cut off, and then flocks of birds flew out of them, and his fever left his body. The powers that acted in the heavens were manifested to humans amidst increasing disaster. In terror, self-abasement, and pleading, man created a Uranus heaven. Man created a Uranus heaven, religion, and hoped for cosmic tranquility. Unanimously, the legends of the world acknowledge the human to be an imperfect creation. Some have him created more than once, as for instance, the Olmecs of Mexico. They sensed faults in their powerlessness against cosmic forces. They projected, then retrojected their faults to the behavior of the gods. These notions of imperfection were indelibly imprinted. Perhaps never until the past 200 years did humans believe that they and the natural environment might be benignly controlled through human intelligence. What may have most bothered the early humans was their inability to manage their internal psychic systems. They were interminably made anxious and self-reflective by their lack of self-control. From their ungovernable alter egos arise the huge variety of traits and behavior of the gods. They are artifacts of human conduct analogized to objective features of the natural environment. In every aspect of nature could be found some psychosciognomic and behavioral parallel with the self and with the primary human group with which the self identified. This intrinsic, practically congenital confusion of the inner and outer worlds of mankind was a two-way transaction that led humans to emulate the most extreme and complex manifestations of nature, with results upon human nature and culture that were, in modern perspective, often richly conservative, but frequently self-destructive as well. When the skies opened after the lunar disaster, the new great god, Super Saturn, was visible dimly through the clouds, the Purple Dawn era. To Earth's inhabitants, they had already been religious for millennia, and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions, and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. And we still do it today. You just look out there at the nebulas. It's just uncanny how they look like people. It's crazy. But I can understand if you had that stuff, just up in the immediate sky. Can you imagine how awesome it would be? It would be hard not to think that they're spirits. But even with ancient, man, how crazy they were. And like if you've watched the video that I made on the Greeks, the Greek way, man, despotism and hardcore religion was all there was. The only place to expand the mind in was mathematics. Go figure. Now we know why it's so prominent in today's science. They had already been religious from Lydia and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. Magic, spiritualism, and animism, which have been regarded sometimes as substitutes for the predecessors of celestial religion, were derivative accompaniments of the human preoccupation with celestial behavior. They were forms of homeopathic social medicine for the great disease, the Great Schism. The first religions were, in the broadest sense, monotheistic. Heaven was worshipped as the active power. As we set forth earlier, from the very beginning, humans have tended toward a supreme God. The Chinese, with Qian, may have been the most persistent in abstracting a monotheistic idea from the heavens and using it through a succession of specifically powerful heavenly forces. The I Ching gives this sequence. The first principle is heaven, Tian, eternally present, chaos without form. The second principle is the first sun, giver of time, called the arouser. The third principle is the second sun, an orderer, the limiter. The arouser appears to have been both Super Uranus and Saturn. A merging of memories over time also has to be found in other cultures. Figure 32. The Chinese craftsman god is Paraja. Fu Si, Nu Q, measure the squareness of the earth and the roundness of heaven with their implements. The god is depicted enthroned atop a serpent-like column arm in arm with his mate. It is tempting to suggest that this picture illustrates the situation during the age of Saturn, with the god star perched atop the fiery electric arc which rose above the world and faded in the distance into the golden sky. The ancient Persians and others asserted that God created Saturn, whence Saturday, on his sixth and last day of labor, before resting on the seventh day, whence Sabbath equals rest. Cardona, 1978, page 34. The implication is that all things, the separation of heaven and earth, the celestial objects thus revealed, the biosphere, the advent of the moon, and mankind, were all accomplished before Saturn appeared. Various scholars identify the biblical Elohim as Saturn, di Scintillana. More likely, the story adopts the designation of God employed during the Saturnian age, as, for example, it was assertedly retold by Moses in Genesis. But Elohim, at the beginning of Genesis, is behaving like the great inactive Demiurge, brooding over the Pangean chaos, who then becomes activated as Super Uranus in the troubled phase and creates the world. As mankind, born on the sixth day, here we go, received and perceived the cosmos, whereupon a more detailed account begins, relating the Hebrew experience with Saturn as distinct from the more general aboriginal human experience. When the gods changed, humans bowed to the changes. Of course, this repeated behavior over thousands of years is a significant motif in religious history. The lamentations over the death of Saturn were worldwide, because Saturn died in what was an historical period, although little of its civilization remains. The historical and obsessive mourning shows mankind affected by, not affecting, a real tragedy. Thousands of years after the death of the second son and the end of his age, the Roman government was acting to suppress infant sacrifice to Saturn. The parallels between could you imagine sacrificing your baby? They were nuts. The parallels between Saturn and Christ as a Saturnian figure are numerous. The Passion of Christ is historically and psychologically a reenactment of the character, the unjust death, and the resurrection of the god who had died some 4,000 years earlier as Osiris, Saturn. Frequently, efforts philosophically to cover over the deep trench of tradition connecting the two gods have failed to divert the mainstream. Such efforts have built a distinctive existential character for Christ. The age of Saturn in cultural terms was probably what is usually designated as Upper Paleolithic and Neolithic. It would be the age of Atlantis and other civilizations, lost to view in the disasters that followed. Saturn, who is generally accredited with bringing agriculture and other useful arts to mankind, was the first lord of the mill, a sky wheel grinding out material and spilling it upon the earth, gold, salt, sand, and stones, before it sank into the cosmic maelstrom. It ground salt into the sea, descentillana. The Saturnian deluge was caused by a saltwater tree cut down by Tapir, according to the Huna Indians, Ibid. In Hindu myth, the gods were churning the heavenly waters and ground salt into the seas. Tresmanogi Hogan. Salt domes are among the most common of the mineral intrusions that are scattered over the Earth's surface. Small ones are about 1 cubic kilometer in extent, but some are several hundred times this extent. The largest known salt dome is in Kalu Island Bay, Merchantland, Louisiana. Its size is unknown, but it is estimated to be 43 kilometers long, 20 kilometers wide, and 6 kilometers deep. If so, it contains about 10 to the 13 tons of salt. Globally, 950 large salt domes are being used for mining. In some region, these domes are associated with petroleum and natural gas deposits. Other, figure 33, the churning of the sea. Other, Vishnu sits atop Mount Mandara, accompanied by his wife, Lakshmi. The mountain of the world is being spun as a great snake. Vasuki is pulled to and fro by the Devas, grasping the snake's neck to the left, and the Asuras holding its head to the right. Together they churn the sea of milk, producing the liquid of immortality. Unfortunately, their churning became so violent that it threatened the earth, whereupon Vishnu, as the avatar of the turtle seen here below the mountain, came to save the world by assuming the role as its pivot. Still, the world was threatened by the heat of the churning until Indra sent the deluge from heaven to quench the fire. Courtesy LaRousse Encyclopedia of Mythology. Places have sulfur deposits associated with the salt intrusions. Since most salt domes have been found scattered widely from the 3 major salt dome fields known today, it is unreasonable to think that only a small fraction of the buried salt has been discovered. These immense deposits of salt in the ground suggest a non-marine source of all salt. The salt in the seas can be explained in terms of salt falls from space. That's right. And, we have just tons of it. And for some reason, sea salt, not table salt, because they dye it and take all the minerals out. But sea salt is very good for you. It's got all the minerals that are in the human body. Every time I think about it deeply, it blows my mind. Something had to take place within humans had to exist. I mean, there has to be a link there. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? We have the same amount of salt in our blood that resides in the oceans. The golden age of Saturn, Saturn is golden. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? Saturn is golden. So is the light on Earth. The interruptions of absorbing the children were spaced out, perhaps half a dozen marking disasters over 2,300 years that followed the lunar period. Meanwhile, life on Earth may have been easy in most places. There was no ice age. Travel by boat was easy, for the breezes were mild. Antarctic may have been mapped in this age. Since an ancient map showing its outline beneath the present snow apparently has been found, and since no later age would have been able to produce it because the coastline was invisible, Hapgood, 1966. The northernmost and southernmost regions were quite habitable, even tropical. The continental shelves and slopes had become livable. There was a plenitude of moisture and all-year warmth. The plenum and electrosphere were still insulating. Further, Earth was holding its own surface atmosphere despite the thinning of the plenum under Saturn. The plenum became increasingly more transparent. The arc was less brilliant and more intermittent. Yet the fire was there, binding Earth to its great god. Kronos is addressed in an Orphic hymn as "You who hold the indestructible bond," while his Babylonian alter ego held the bond of heaven and earth, Trustman Ogie Hogan. The central fire is also represented, likely, in the innumerable pillars, phalluses, bonds, pinnacle, pyramid, and one-legged gods. Talbot, 1980, page 190. Even the jagged sickle with which Kronos castrated Uranus may have symbolized the electrical axis being severed from Super Uranus. Manu, a Hindu creator god of the flood, stood on one leg for thousands of years, contemplating his world design. All of these images are closely connected with Saturn, often by name as well as by symbol. Yahweh is imagined in Jewish legend as radiant atop Mount Zion, and Kronos Saturn ruled Mount Olympus before Zeus toppled him. Super Saturn sat atop the sky, a dull red disk 3 times the size of the present sun. Because of the Earth's offset from the arc, the sub-solar position on Saturn's face was askew 21% from the center of its disk. The arc impinged upon about 5% of Saturn's face. Below Saturn, it widened like a tree until it passed Earth's horizon, where it was something like 15 degrees wide. The instant worldwide legendary connections between the Pleiades, the Deluge, and Saturn as god and planet, Cordona, 1978, point to the likelihood of the deluge as having occurred at the time when Super Saturn had masked the star group, and of the Pleiades having emerged for the first observable time in the sky at the zenith, following the clearing of this place by the actual bodies and the debris of the nova. The Pleiades were widely taken to be remnants of the deluge nova by the myths. The report of Seneca about Berosus history, to the effect that when the stars are lined up in Capricorn, a great flood occurs, can be interpreted to mean that the deluge occurred at the time of year when Capricorn was astrologically dominant, which, in the period when astrology crystallized, would have fallen near the end of the year. But the end of the year is the end of the age of Saturn. Hence, the floods of Capricorn are associated with the Saturnian deluge. Yes, after the age of Sagittarius, which is just what I thought. That's why I did that astrology show on Sagittarius. Also to be considered is the naming of the large sky area, the Celestial Sea, where the two Pisces, the zodiacal one, and the southern one, Cetus, whale, Eridanus, Styx, the river of the band. Zodiacal. Capricornus and Aquarius are the dominant constellations. These aquatic images suggest the presence of vast celestial waters, and their one-time general location. Celestial aquatic motifs are common, as in the Gillespie stone, discovered near a small town of that name in northern Scotland. Figure 34. At the moment of the nova, the electric arc was interpreted long enough to free Mars, Earth, Apollo, and Mercury from their million-year captivity along the axis of the binary partners. Thereupon, they orbited the Sun independently for the first time, moving along the plane close to that of the binary. Their new, roughly coplanar orbits were similar to, but much more closely spaced than the orbits of these same planets today. At the same time of its nova, Super Saturn broke into at least 3 major fragments. These pieces, constituting the present Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune, all receded from the Sun following the fission. Jupiter, the largest surviving piece, took up a position near the Earth's present orbit. Saturn Minor, the intermediate-sized part, blew into space beyond Mars' present orbit. Neptune receded beyond Jupiter's present orbit after depositing much water into the Earth's electrosphere. In the nova, charge was expelled from Super Saturn into the plenum and dispersed in surrounding space. It was as if the mass of the system had been reduced 2 1/2-fold, so the planetary motion slowed considerably. Neptune is the Latin identity of the Greek god Poseidon, brother of Jupiter, who, with another brother, Hades, helped Jupiter overturn their father in the Nova revolt. Poseidon was granted sovereignty of the seas and assumed his role on Earth. Before him, there had been Tethys, goddess of the sea on Earth, and Okeanos, god of the celestial sea girdling Earth. By implication, we conclude that Poseidon played a role in the deluge of the Earth. Figure 34, the Gillespie stone. An interesting collection of ancient celestial motifs. We find aquatic creatures associated with the flood, which ended the age of Saturn, the destroyer god, who felled Saturn from his perch. Stop the column at the center of the world. The 2 stars connected, representing the earlier state of the world. Intertwined serpent, or the electric arc, serpents, which was quenched by the deluge. Synchrotron radiation emitted by the planets Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus have been detected, and cosmic ray sources have now been associated with these planets. Saturn, like Jupiter, emits much more energy than it receives from the Sun. Milton, 1978, Hunt and Burgess. The heat excess given off by the gaseous planets is an indication of their electrical nature. The emission of X-rays by a stellar source is often taken by astronomers as an indication of a very recent thermonuclear nova. Following our theory, the X-rays emitted by stars and these gaseous planets of the solar system come from electrical transactions. The effects of the deluges of Saturn are a subject beyond the scope of this book. See Patton and Fraser, 1916. Judging by the civilizations reported to have been inundated, the fall of waters must have been worldwide and extremely heavy. Those cultures that disappeared beneath the waters, DeGrazia 1981, are presumed to have been located at the low-lying coast of continents, on what are now the continental shelves and slopes. The disappeared civilizations are not the only clues of how much water was involved. The great river canyons that course down the continental slopes to the abyss were in existence before the deluge, and were now inundated and probably greatly eroded, as were all of the valleys of the higher land. The Great Deluge would thus top up the ocean basins of the globe, covering the continental margins left dry after the Uranian deluges. Not only would more water fall on the earth than in earlier cataclysms, but it would fall in the much shorter period, if indeed the water came down as the Hebrew book of Genesis reports, in 40 days and 40 nights. Then 51% of the Earth's water descended in 3.5 million seconds, 411 tons per square kilometer per second. 1.5 meters of rain each hour. The whole deluge would have amounted to 1.42 kilometer depth of rain upon the Earth's entire surface. 2 miles almost, at least a mile. Much of this water would have to drain into the basins in order to deepen the seas by more than 2 kilometers. That's a lot. That such a deluge has dominated the myths and legends of the survivors is understandable. Saturn is reputed to have lit up brilliantly and preserved its light for 7 days before the deluge hit the Earth. This may be interpreted as a set of pre-fission flare-ups climaxing with the nova that destroyed Saturn. If the Earth were still only 14 gigameters from Saturn, the debris expanding away at 200 kilometers per second would encounter Earth in a little more than 19 hours. If the 40 days and nights period were of present duration, the problem of depositing so much water on the Earth would be practically impossible. Millions of heavy cyclones would be needed, even one per 30 square kilometers all over the Earth. If they were concentrated at the poles by the electrosphere high above the Earth and funneled down there, the damage might be less, but then the tremendous erosion would be visible today. We think that a longer span of time may have been required, and a day was translated memory of a longer regular interval unknown to us, a magical cipher or a historical error. The problem of deluging the Earth is nearly as difficult to cope with as the recent eruption of the Moon from the Earth. In both almost unimaginable physical phenomena must be conjectured. The biospheric aspect, which often comes first to mind, can be rationalized on the equally incredible capacity of living populations to renew themselves, even postulating Manu and his tiny crew, or Noah and his family as sole survivors. And 1,000 years of exponential growth could fill the land to overflowing. As with the deluges, one does not have to move far from the extremities of the legend to enter the realms of the possible. The astrophysical aspect is more intimidating. See Kofar. To launch the waters and other debris from Saturn is readily conceivable given the nova. To guide it and land it requires the invention of low probability solutions. Even if the dynamics thus far presented can be accepted with respect to Earth, How does one explain the absence of water on Mercury, the Moon, and Mars, all of which would have been in or near the rush of water? Well, they found water on the Moon, they found water on Mars. I wouldn't be surprised, I bet there's water on Mercury too. Where has the water gone? There is almost no sign of water on them, or its having been on them in oceans. Where, too, is the salt? Two types of probability occur. The two planets may have burst out of the magnetic tube ahead of the flood turning down towards the sun, whereas the Earth was entrapped, or else the flood can have descended the tube by a passage occupied at the moment by the Earth alone. In this case, the Moon occupied a special position besides, for it was a considerable distance from the Earth towards the perimeter of the tube. In any case, the Earth would still be luckier than Mercury or Mars, for both of these planets have ruined surfaces and no biospheres. 3 different Jewish legendary statements refer to a diminution of the Moon in size. Tressman, Ogie Hogan. This would occur presumably after the deluge, when the men followed the Earth out of the old magnetic tube and was repelled by Earth into a larger but still captive orbit. 2 legends imply that the stars multiplied then, an expected improvement of visibility in the star system Sac, the age of Jupiter now upon the world, introduced mankind to the light of the stars and the darkness of the night.
End of chapter.
Chapter 15, The Jupiter Order. When Thor, the Scandinavian Jupiter, went into battle and would grasp the handle of his terrible weapon, the thunderbolt, or electric hammer, he was obliged to put on his iron gauntlets. He also wears a magical belt known as the Girdle of Strength, which, whenever girded about his person, greatly augments his celestial power. He rides upon a car drawn by 2 rams with silver bridles, and a wreath of stars encircles his awful brow. His chariot has a pointed iron pole, and the spark-scattering wheels continually roll over rumbling thunderclouds. He hurls his hammer with a resistless force against the frost giants, whom he dissolves and annihilates when he repairs to the Urndhar fountain, where the gods meet in conclave to decide the destinies of humanity. He alone goes on foot, the rest of the deities being mounted. He walks for fear that in crossing Bifrost, the rainbow, the many-hued Aesir bridge, he might set it on fire with his thunder car, at the same time causing the Urdhar water to boil. Blavatsky. The numerous electrical aspects of the god are here apparent. Of electricity, Blavatsky calls him lightning, is handled by numerous gods in religion. But altogether these are insignificant compared with the references accorded Homer's Jupiter, the Thunderbolter, alone. It is natural to see in this literature an exaggeration of ordinary lightning strokes. But we have already stressed in earlier chapters the cosmic role of lightning like discharges. When we see in the universe countless instances of stellar and interstellar binary currents produced by the discharge of accumulated electrical charges. Also, at any given time, there are several million electrical discharges in the photospheric region of the Sun, each about 1 or 2,000 kilometers long and lasting 10 minutes. Crude megalightning of hitherto unappreciated voltage has been observed by satellites in Earth's upper atmosphere, but has not been detected yet by ground observation. Termin. When legend reports the electrical activity of Jupiter, the god, it tells of the electronics of the planet Jupiter. Mountains are leveled or melted, sky monsters felled, citadels destroyed, the earth scorched, and armies sent fleeing. All the work of the king of the gods. Every lightning stroke to earth becomes a theophany, as in lightning obsessed Etruria, which gave the name Jupiter, Jove Pater, to the Romans. Sacred manifestations consecrate the cosmic bolt that were memorialized and discussed for thousands of years. The planets, following the interruption of the magnetic tube, were freed. Instead of wheeling with Jupiter, now the binary component, they orbited the Sun independently. Their motion close to the plane of the old binary, now the plane of the reconstituted solar system. In their free orbits, the planets avoided one another, and Jupiter, because of their electrical charges, which produced repulsive forces, when they came into proximity regularly, they passed through or close to the axis between Jupiter and the Sun. Then Jovian thunderbolts were experienced. These could be the now occasional visible discharges of the dying binary, catalyzed by the presence of a charged planet in the path of the discharge. More likely, they were locally generated discharges between the planet and its electrosphere, induced by the planet's voyage through the electrified region within the invisible arc discharge between Jupiter and the Sun. Either way, the planet was zapped by Jupiter as it came into opposition with the Sun. From the Earth, for the first time, humans might see the other planets swinging on their journeys around the Sun. Planet Jupiter, now viewed as ruler of the heavens, struggled to restore and maintain the arc connection to the Sun. For a time, the arc flared with occasional visible spurts, but mostly the electric connection was dark. It is in this era, possibly, that the existence of a counter-Earth was proposed, a dark body which obscured the celestial fire. See behind chapter 6. Jupiter is the most phallic of the great gods. The association of electrical stimulation, phallicism, and thunderbolting is strongly linked to the religious rites in vogue at the time of Jove, Sigler. Phallic worship is common among the Jupiter-type deities. The Amun temples in Egypt are liberally decorated with images of the phallic god Min, Shiva, the Hindu equivalent of Jupiter, emasculated himself when he realized that his creative ability had left him. The analogy of this legend with the end of the visible electric arc is plain. The golden age of Saturn contrasts both culturally and physically with the bright, harsh age of Jupiter. We must explain brighter skies, a worsened climate, a larger role for sporadic electrical phenomena, and certain striking astronomical movements of Jupiter's Olympian family. The Earth emerged from the magnetic tube following the Saturnian deluge, about 5700 BP, with its rotational axis forcibly relocated. While in the tube, it was constrained to maintain a magnetic axis along the tube's perimeter. Freed from the tube, the magnetic axis found a new alignment in the magnetic field induced by the apparent motion of the charged sun about the Earth. This magnetism, albeit weak, established a new rotational pole on the Earth close to, if not coincident, with the Earth's magnetic pole. See the point. A small tilt and a relatively diffuse plenum made the variations in such sunlight as was released very noticeable on the Earth. In the altered system, seasonal differences in the earlier era were minimal compared to variations in climate now existent on the Earth and during the year. We have already suggested that the first lines of Genesis move quickly and possibly in a confused way. From a Uranian beginning to the age of Saturn, similarly, a second and different creation, which follows a few verses later without evident attempts to reconcile the two theories, begins in a Uranian setting of mist without rain. And before agriculture, man is made out of earth and placed in the luxuriant Garden of Eden in an innocent proto-human state of unabashed nudity and unself-consciousness. Man gave names to every creature and was given woman out of himself. The tree of life and knowledge, planted in the middle of the garden, and the four divided rivers of Eden are firm symbols of Saturn, corresponding to the electrical axis and the cross-sections of the Saturn disk. Talbot, page 120. The wily serpent that tempts Eve and Adam is the alter ego of the tree. The couple, eating the fruit of the tree upon the serpent's persuasion, became fully human, that is, possessed of self-awareness. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. Genesis 3:7. Thus, they freed from the magnetic tube at a time of the deluge. The rotation of the magnetized Earth was brought into alignment with the weak magnetic field generated by the relative motion of the electrically charged Earth-Sun pair. From the Earth, the charged Sun is seen to flow in a loop around the Earth in 1 year, representing an electron current flowing counterclockwise along the ecliptic, as seen down on the North Pole. Such an electron current creates a magnetic field which enters the Earth at its north magnetic pole. This field parallels the Earth's magnetic field. The situation described here initially brought the Earth's magnetic and rotational poles together. The latter quantivolutions separated them again and tilted the Earth's rotational axis to the ecliptic. Also work. They feel conscience already, and the wrath of the deity for what they had already become, conscientious workers. He evicts them in axis, the winged lion-bodied gods of the Saturnian symbolism, and the twisting, flaming sword, the axis again in its more visible, sputtering phase. The Earth is now a drier, harsher habitat, where they had to wear skins rather than fig leaves. It is the age of Jupiter and of Yahweh to come. The cosmic thunderbolts of Jupiter function in clear skies. There is a Jupiter pluvius of the rains, but this is either one of his many powers, for he is overlord of all, or it is reminiscent of his having played a role in provoking the Saturnian deluge. The skies are clear because the plenum has greatly diminished in density. The heavens are transparent and the stars are seen A new ice age may now have begun, centered at the rotational poles. Fossil settlements of the extreme north have been uncovered and enjoyed a tropical flora. See Velikovsky, 1955, page 44. They probably date from the Saturnian age. The new ice will remain advancing and withdrawing on occasions between and during encounters with celestial bodies up to the present time. Today, we cannot yet deduce whether the ice caps are increasing or decreasing. Compare Kukla and Matthews with Gribben, A. Brown, 1976. Solar year under Jupiter may have had a succession of different lengths. First occurred the Saturnian year, to which we have assigned a 64-day duration. Well, that would explain why they could live to 1,000. Then it increased to 156 days when Jupiter receded. The Mayans possessed a 260-day sacred calendar that was central to their religious and cultural life, even while using a more modern and exact calendar. We attribute this sacred calendar to the Jupiter-Earth synods of this era, to the time before 4,400 years ago. At the Saturnian deluge, we suspect the Earth was around 96 gigameters from the Sun. It moved outwards constantly, after that to 107 gigameters, before the Mercury Apollo episode of 4,400 BP, then to 127 gigameters. As a result of that encounter, in the course of these changes, Earth's axial tilt was altered again and again. See De Schell, 1963, causing glacial retreats and advances to the extreme latitudes at each period. The Apollo episode is most speculative, considering the traits of Apollo. DeGrazia, 1984, associated him with the asteroid belt. We see no reason to alter the finding now. After 4,400 BP, Jupiter orbited within a space of the asteroid belt we know today. Briefly, Apollo is a great god of the Greeks. His equivalent identities are obscure. He may be Horus of the Egyptians, unless Amun, Jupiter, and Horus are the same. He owns no planet in late ancient times. He is a physically remote god, and a god of plagues and remote missiles and war. He is young and a son of Jupiter. He is wise and was literally brilliant, shining Apollo. The envied reputation of Apollo as the shining, brilliant, Hellenic god of peace and civilization coincides with the idea that he was destroyed. He could not become even Deus Otiosus, thereby exposing the sad human experience, howbeit unconscious that the only good God is a dead God. I looked up Deus Odiosus, and it is idol God. It is conceivable that Apollo, a planet nearest to Jupiter in the second millennium of the Jovian age, was perturbed, then destroyed, by Jupiter's thunderbolts. Apollo has solar attributes, which were in late classical times exaggerated, until he was often portrayed as the sun, a most unlikely identity. The shining of Apollo, as of his brothers, Hermes, Mercury, was most likely occasioned by flare-ups in close conjunction with Jupiter, prior to the outburst that destroyed the planet. Apollo, the god, often clashed with his father. To some, the asteroids look like bits of the residue of a large planet long ago exploded. The time of the asteroidal explosion is recent, Van Flanders. Even under long time reckoning, it is very recent if placed in the context of the Greek legend. In this context, several events coincide and relate to the larger theory of SOLARIA BINARIA. Apollo has a younger brother, mischievous Hermes, Mercury, who is a swift-winged messenger of Zeus, Jupiter, and the gods, who is connected with electricity, especially as Thoth in Egypt, the creator of illusions, mental problems, and is god of the thieves, traveler, and healing. He, too, becomes a great god, known to many, East Indians, Mexicans, Teutons, and others. Though Yahweh reflects Jupiter, he also has qualities of Thoth. Moses was probably a devotee of Thoth, and acts towards Yahweh as Hermes towards Zeus, DeGrazia, 1983. Astronomically, Mercury would have been next to Apollo, would have acquired atmosphere and debris from Apollo in the latter's outburst, then lost charge and would have been displaced as the Sun. In doing so, he would have passed by Earth and Moon, inflicting considerable damage upon both. The lobate scarps and shallowly scalloped cliffs that run for hundreds of kilometers across Mercury's face suggest shrinkage of this planet after formation. In contrast, Earth, Moon, and Mars seem to have expanded. In electrical terms, Mercury has lost charge, while the other three bodies have gained it, consistent with the orbit shifts proposed in this book. If indeed Apollo was destroyed, it must have been by Jupiter, which absorbed much of Apollo's material, so that a dearth of debris orbits in the space inside Jupiter's position today. Mercury seems to have escaped the full wrath of Jupiter. It was not destroyed, but it lost instead its superior orbit beyond the Earth and was flung much closer to the Sun. Like the Moon and Mars, it bears the marks of its devastation. Its surface is saturated with craters, strikingly similar in density of numbers to those on the Moon and Mars. Hammond. A discrete terminal episode of bombardment of catastrophic proportion has been proposed in an attempt to explain the similar surface destruction on these three astronomical bodies. Though some of these craters were caused by impacting bodies, especially during interplanetary encounters, they were in the main the result of the electrical bombardment. The thick clusters of craters found even in heavily cratered terrains bespeak genesis by electrical rather than heavy body impact. The crater lumps noted at the site of the lunar rays on the face of Mare Cognitum were the earliest for which a bombardment hypothesis would no longer avail. Yet, besides Jurgen's 1974, only Pickering has forwarded an electrical explanation for cratering. During changes in orbit, electrical transactions on an enhanced level are induced, unless a body is protected by an extensive atmosphere, and today none of these are. Surface damage will result whenever electrical currents flow to or from them. 2. If the transactions are of great density, even the presence of an atmosphere will not guarantee immunity. When Mercury moved inward past the Earth, it was severely damaged, both by its change in orbit and its direct transaction with the bodies it passed. Even Mercury's present orbit is a mystery. According to gravitational tidal theory, the planet's axial rotation should long ago have been locked to give Mercury one hemisphere in perpetual daylight, the other in darkness. The discovery that Mercury rotates 3 times over 2 orbits of the Sun has evoked remarks like, "This is amazing, Asimov," and has led theoreticians to postulate that the planet has been in orbit in its present position for less than 600,000 years. Gold. The state of astronomical and geological time reckoning is such that 6,000 may be read in place of the longer time. Jupiter, like his father and grandfather, became a kind of deus atheosis, idol god, already majestic and less active in the Homeric wars of Troy. There was no longer a close presence. Philosophy and literature might usurp the regions of near space with abstract principles and metaphors. But among scientists today, Jupiter has suddenly recovered some of his legendary features. Astronomers for some time have considered this planet to be a dark star, nucleum, that it radiates considerably more energy than it receives as sunlight, has more recently led to speculation that it is a yet-to-be-born star. Both views keep alive Jupiter's stellar nature long after it has ceased to be visibly stellar. Today, the clouds above the surface of Jupiter are very cold, 150 Kelvin, yet the planet is very active. Electrically, Jupiter's magnetosphere is enormous. If it were optically visible, its size viewed from the vantage point of Earth's orbit would be comparable to the disk of the full moon. The ion and electron currents detected within the magnetosphere represent radiation levels which would be fatal to humans. The radio noises generated within this region are received at Earth as cosmic rays, mainly protons of Jovian origin. Jupiter is, so far, the most demonstrably electrical of the planets. Jupiter is like a miniature solar system, with its planet-sized Galilean satellites, its asteroid-sized satellite family, and its entourage of comets. Everywhere, the electrical imprint is there, and not always just by implication. The three inner Galilean satellites, Io, resembling Earth's moon in size, Europa, about 9/10 the size of the moon, and Ganymede, 8% larger than Mercury, orbit in 1-2-4 resonance. When any two meet on one side of Jupiter, the third is located oppositely behind Jupiter, or at quadrature to the pair. The resonance is seen less clearly in the motion of the fourth satellite, Castillo, slightly smaller than Mercury. The surface of each of these bodies is distinctive. See Smith. Io, seemingly, is close to being molten. It lacks craters, but shows over a dozen caldera-like scars, which were likened to active volcanoes when an eruption was observed during the flyby of Voyager 1 spacecraft, Morbido, an electrical flux tube through which a current of millions of amperes flows between Io and Jupiter, stone and lane, has been linked to Io's eruptions. The Voyager 1 spacecraft was aimed at this flux tube. As it encountered Io, it missed the tube by 7 megameters in what was labeled a navigational error. But more properly, in our opinion, the cause of the miss was an electrical perturbation, here a repulsion of the spacecraft by the tube. The persistent connection by the flux tube between Jupiter and its satellite Io is one of the last sites of cosmic thunderbolting between solar system bodies. Discharges frequently pass between these two bodies has been known for several years, since the advent of the radio telescope. When strong radio bursts which correlate with Io's position about Jupiter were detected, that a passing spacecraft was located advantageously to photograph the flash of one of these discharges was happy happenstance. The glow was interpreted by some experts as evidence of volcanism, apparently to think that we have witnessed directly the fire of the gods, a cosmic discharge what seemed to be too frightening. Jurgens, 1980. Jupiter discharges only to Io today, but its repertoire and gamut may have been more extensive not too many centuries ago. Photographs of Europa show it to have lobate scarps resembling those on Mercury. Smith. Perhaps Jupiter zapped it, causing it to shrink upon loss of charge. Castillo, the outermost of the four, is one of the most cratered objects in the solar system, likely the result of thunderbolts striking it. Ganymede, the second closest of the four, shows a banded surface, pocked with ancient craters, then overlaid with younger bright-rayed craters, which stand out prominently, distinct electrical scars resembling the rayed craters of Earth's moon, also seen on Mercury, which Jurgens, 1974, ascribes to cathode behavior when interplanetary discharges occur. Additional description of Jupiter's electrical nature, especially as it affects the asteroids and comets, has been afforded by Milton, 1982. The present behavior of the dark remnant of Super Uranus is, in sum, fully in keeping with the pure electrical theory of the solar system and the historical reconstruction of SOLARIA BINARIA. End of chapter. The next chapter will be chapter 16, Venus and Mars. I'm enjoying this book. I hope you are too.
Star.
In the spring of 1955, Providence wished that the drama should heighten itself. The old chief of all pagans, the planet Jupiter, was destined to enter the scene and speak. It was a spring day in early April at Princeton. This is the time of year when magnolia flower in the Princeton campus has not a few of these trees, especially near the Firestone Library, profusely blooming. During the first week of April of that year, the semi-meeting of the American Astronomical Society convened for 3 days in Princeton. In the university's chemical building, Frick Laboratories, I entered the auditorium during the reading of one of the papers, when the audience was already seated, and chose a place on one of the back benches, close to the entrance. I did not wish to disturb the convention by my presence, because being recognized, I would have caused some discomfort. After listening to W. Bod and possibly one more speaker, I left as quietly as I entered. I did not return for the other papers. The program of the 3-day convention had 102 papers presented by astronomers from all over the country, but only one not scheduled, yet read because of the great impact it carried in the field of planetary astronomy, made news. The next day, April 6th, opening the New York Times, I found a page-length column on a sensational discovery reported at the meeting. The column read in parts, "Radio waves from the giant planet Jupiter have been detected by astronomers at the Carnegie Institution in Washington. The waves appear to be short bursts of static, much like those produced by thunderstorms on conventional radio receivers. No radio sounds from planets in our solar system have been reported previously." Oh, that's incorrect. Tesla reported getting them in the early 1900s. The existence of the mysterious Jovian waves was disclosed by Dr. Bernard F. Burke and Dr. Kenneth L. Franklin in a report today at a meeting of the American Astronomical Society. The two scientists said that they did not have an explanation for the observed emission. Princeton, New Jersey, April 6th. The discovery was made entirely by chance. When the Carnegie Institution astronomers scanned the sky for radio noises from faraway galaxies, in the news release it was told that Burke and Franklin, who detected the radio noises of Jupiter, were entirely unprepared to observe any radio signal from the planet. Later, their perplexity was more fully described. At one point, they even assumed that some revelers returning from a party were the cause, trying to start the engine of their car. I mean, you can tell they were so uncomfortable by the discovery that they weren't sure they even wanted to be the discoverers, because they were afraid of getting blackballed. They had to go through the hierarchy. Or that the radio noises were caused by some experiments on a neighboring radio station. But the noises were finally traced to Jupiter. In the weeks that followed, Burke and Franklin observed that the signals were arriving 4 minutes earlier each day, and at length they realized they must be of extraterrestrial origin. Every third night, for 6 minutes, when the receiving antenna was directed toward the spot crossed at these minutes by Jupiter, the signals repeated themselves. Then the astronomers of Washington came to the correct conclusion, unexpected and surprising as it was. For me, this news had special significance.
My own earlier expectation of the noises of Jupiter was based on my view of the giant planet as the center of a powerful electromagnetic system. In ancient sources, the planet Jupiter was associated with thunderbolts. Before World War II, a discovery was made by Jansky of the Bell Laboratories that radio signals arrived from the Milky Way. During the war, it was discovered by the U.S. Army Signal Corps in Belmar, New Jersey, that the sun sends out radio noises too. It was a chance discovery made in the process of testing radar echoes from the moon. The radio noises were found arriving from faraway galaxies and were explained as crashes between galaxies riding through one another. A new science, radio astronomy, was born. My understanding of the nature of the sun and planets made me assume that these bodies are charged, or that at least their atmospheres are strongly ionized. Of Jupiter and Saturn, it is known that they influence, in some mysterious manner, the solar spot activity, but nobody thought that these bodies, or their atmospheres, are charged. Now, seeing my claims confirmed, I called Helen Dukas and told her that I would like to acquaint Professor Einstein with the discovery of the noises coming from Jupiter, and wished to see him for a few minutes only. We agreed that I should come Friday, April 8th, in the afternoon. Then I called my editor at Doubleday, Walter Bradbury, and told him that I would come the next day, in the morning. Already on the phone, I drew his attention to the column in the Times. My book, Earth and Upheaval, was being prepared for print, together with my lecture before the Forum of October 14, 1953, as a supplement, and this lecture contained my challenge that Jupiter would radiate radio signals. For several years I wished that a check should be made on Jupiter, and took this opportunity to suggest it to scientists. In my letter to Einstein, June 16, 1954, I again suggested that an investigation be performed. It was a challenge on my part to Einstein to stake the debate on this my claim, and at the same time a plea to help me that the test should be performed. Einstein did not respond in that instance. In a note made on the margin of my letter, he wrote, "This would be no criterion." This was not well thought through. Right, because he didn't have it. Either there must be on Jupiter a dissociation of negative and positive charges that would produce thunderstorms of unearthly magnitudes, or more likely the entire body of Jupiter is charged, surrounded by an electromagnetic field, and attracts opposite charges from space. Yet, by continuous subatomic processes of fission in the great discharges, or by some other process, keeps its general charge undiminished. The Forum lecture, a discussion of my thesis of 1950 in the light of new discoveries in the fields of archaeology, geology, astronomy, brought in its wake, even sooner than I dared to hope, a confirmation of a bold yet well-founded advanced claim. The discovery of Jupiter noises thrilled me, as had no other confirmation before, and it was the first of a long, spectacular series. Emmanuel Velcost.
Welcome to Space News from the Electric Universe, brought to you by the Thunderbolts Project at thunderbolts.info. The parent star of planet Earth holds a strange and special place in countless ancient traditions around the world. The celestial body identified as the sun in myth, religion, ancient astronomies, and rock art routinely bears no resemblance at all to our familiar sun. One of the most common ancient depictions of the sun is an orb or star within a crescent, an image with no modern natural referent. And numerous traditions depict the sun as a spectacular celestial wheel, with a warrior hero appearing as the axle of the wheel. For decades, comparative mythologist Eb Cochran as well as his colleague David Talbot, have worked to reconstruct the natural events that produce these extraordinary mythical patterns. It is their conclusion that in the relatively recent past, in the era of prehistory, a period of instability reigned in the inner solar system, bringing planets within close proximity to Earth. In this episode, Ev begins our investigation into the question, did ancient man observe a different sun?
It is important to underscore the radical nature of our hypothesis. We hold that the solar system has only recently been subject to wholesale reordering, that in fact, well within the memory of mankind, a different sun prevailed. Our hypothesis is fundamentally a work of historical reconstruction based upon our mutual researches in comparative mythology and ancient religion. The research of Dave and myself is distinguished from other comparative mythologists in that we draw upon and emphasize the message of prehistoric rock art to illustrate our findings from literary traditions. To take but one example from hundreds that might be offered, ancient paintings and petroglyphs of the sun depict a wheel-like object, commonly 4 or 8-spoked in structure. Such artworks are global in nature. Yet how is this fact to be explained? From the conventional standpoint, such artworks are interpreted as abstract or metaphorical in nature. Miranda Green, for example, in her otherwise interesting book, The Sun Gods of Ancient Europe, concludes, the pictures do not describe reality. We beg to differ. It is our view that the prehistoric paintings accurately reflect the appearance of the ancient sky and offer compelling testimony with regards to an unfolding catastrophic celestial event in which nearby planets dominated the northern circumpolar heavens. The mere fact that analogous sun petroglyphs will be found around the globe supports this conclusion. At the same time, ancient myth offers corroborating testimony in this regard, wherein a different sun dominated the sky in former times and presented a wheel-like appearance. In this sense, as in countless other examples, the testimony of ancient myth and prehistoric rock art agrees at a level of detail that is impossible to explain by mere coincidence. In the Thunderbolts of the Gods, together with a number of other recent publications, Dave and myself have presented a wealth of evidence that the former sun was the focus of prodigious electrical activity and the source of spectacular outbursts of lightning, heaven-spanning storms, and aurora-like phenomenon. In ancient Mesopotamia, for example, the Sumerian word for sun is Ud. The same word is employed to write storm or thunder god, a startling extension of meaning. Sumerian hymns invoking the ancient sun god likewise describe it as a source of storms. So one hymn reads, "The sun god thunders over the mountains like a storm." Another hymn reads, "As my king the sun god comes forth, the heavens tremble before him and the earth shakes before him." Now I ask, does this sound like a realistic description of the modern experience of sunrise? In what sense is the sun's appearance over the eastern horizon ever accompanied by a shaking of heaven and earth or great bouts of lightning? What could the sun have to do with thunder and lightning? In the present solar system, of course, the answer is nothing at all. Yet the mere fact that other ancient languages preserve this very same semantic link between sun and lightning confirms the fundamental historical veracity of the Sumerian traditions and cries out for an explanation. Ancient Egypt, for example, offers corroborating testimony in this regard. In the pyramid text from the 3rd millennium BCE, the sun god's thunderbolt is specifically compared to the lightnings of the sun. The word in question here is mut, M-A-W-T, which has cognates denoting lightning in numerous other African languages. Significantly, however, the very same word is used to denote the spokes of a wheel. In the present world, of course, lightning has nothing whatsoever to do with the sun or wheels, hence the fundamental importance of such terminology for our historical reconstruction. But we need not rely simply on ancient language and myth alone. Mesopotamian cylinder seals, together with prehistoric rock art and other early artworks, likewise depict the sun with lightning-like structures emanating from its core. Students of comparative myth will recognize the structure adorning the face of the sun here as the thunderbolt wielded by the thunder god. So, for example, thunder gods like Zeus or the Semitic Adad are routinely depicted holding exactly this thunderbolt. Properly understood, the evidence from ancient language, like the testimony of prehistoric rock art, represents an enduring fossilized record of a different solar system, much as the discovery of a dinosaur bone harks back to its former age, one radically different from that which currently prevails. It must be remembered here that the denigration of myth is a relatively recent development, basically originating during the early decades of the 20th century. The science of comparative mythology, like the complementary science of comparative linguistics, grew out of the 19th century writings of world-class scholars such as Max Muller and Adalbert Kuhn, who rightly emphasized the prominent role of the sun and the thunder god in ancient myth and religion. Yet the excesses of these schools, together with that of the Pan-Babylonians, led to a general backlash against naturist or astronomical interpretations of myth and religion. Current models of myth, such as that advanced by George Dumézil, which dominates scholarship, emphasize linguistic connections above all else and are much more narrow-minded in scope. For example, Dumézil largely focuses on Indo-European myth. Most important, perhaps, is the fact that current models of myth always seek to understand the ancient traditions by reference to the present sky. But the ancient testimony is impossible to square with the present solar system. And as a result, scholars are left with empty slogans pointing to figurative language, metaphor, and such statements as that of Green, quoted earlier, to the effect that the pictures do not describe reality. As Dave and I have documented, however, granted the fact that the ancient traditions and prehistoric rock art complement each other, it therefore stands to reason that they do indeed describe historical reality. Confronted by these sun wheels, for example, on ancient rock art, the default position of so many modern scholars is just to ascribe those artworks to imagination or abstract forms, completely overlooking the fact that the same exact design is found all over the world. So at that point, you need to ask yourself a question. Were ancient skywatchers on every continent on the earth imagining the same fantastic structure in the sky, which in this case is just a cross on the face of the sun or a lightning bolt on the face of the sun? But we could cite 1,000 other structures that we could describe if we wanted to. We're just trying to focus the discussion on these particular structures at the moment. But are we supposed to imagine that all these skywatchers all around the globe were imagining the same thing? That is not a logically sound position. It's much more rational to assume that the ancient skywatchers were trying to describe their personal reality. They drew the picture of the sun that they saw, and that's why those pictures agree all around the world. Things that are imagined are not going to agree unanimously around the world. It's just that simple.
Various plasma instabilities are found on Jupiter. NASA launched the Juno spacecraft on August 5, 2011. Its primary mission includes analysis of Jupiter's massive plasmasphere. How do its electromagnetic influences affect the Jovian system? Since Jupiter radiates more energy than it receives from the Sun, astronomers think that some kind of internal dynamo, acting like a generator, must be creating the excess. However, there are processes occurring on Jupiter that are now coming to light. Jupiter is an electrically active world, far more than computer simulations predicted. Based on what was surmised about Jupiter, a 5 Gauss magnetic field was assumed to exist. When Juno entered orbit and began its scientific measurements, levels as high as 9 Gauss were found. Compare those readings to Earth's 0.5 Gauss field, and the anomaly of Jupiter's electromagnetic energy can be deduced. Its field is so irregular, some astrophysicists to suggest that there is an anomalous structure in Jupiter's core. Recently, for example, Juno discovered jet streams on Jupiter that run further down into its atmosphere than previously thought, over 3,000 kilometers deep. Why the atmospheric bands are so deep is a mystery, since they have always been associated with superficial weather patterns. According to a recent press release, the south pole of Jupiter also exhibits an unusual grouping of phenomena. Under some simulated conditions, and on Saturn, cyclonic storms merge with one another instead of repelling each other. Multiple vortices encircle a central whirlpool of gas and dust. The structures are warmer than the surrounding cloud bands, but are still near absolute zero temperatures. Perhaps the Great Red Spot that has persisted for more than 300 years can provide additional clues to how the polar vortices are formed and stabilized. The consensus opinion is that it is a cyclonic storm driven by rising heat from below, because it is warmer than its surroundings. However, exactly how it was formed and why it has persisted for so long are mysteries. Wind speeds around its perimeter have been measured at 635 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as a terrestrial tornado. As previously written, Jupiter and its moon Io dissipate 2 trillion watts between them. That flow of electric charge causes lightning in Jupiter's upper atmosphere, along with auroras at the poles. Since Jupiter is obviously an electrical environment, it is there that some answers can be found. Rotating charging bodies produce dipolar electromagnetic fields, whether they are gas giants or rocky planets. Why some planets like Earth and Mercury possess magnetic fields, while Venus and Mars do not, demands further investigation. However, the basic physics of charged objects in motion generating electromagnetism is not debated. Plasma is not a substance. It is a state of matter. Any material can become a plasma if electrons are stripped from atomic nuclei, causing charge separation to occur. Whenever there are regions of opposite charge, and Juno team members detected a gravitational asymmetry inside Jupiter that most likely contributes to charge separation. Double layers will form, and an electric field will develop. An electric field, no matter how weak, accelerates charged particles. Depending on the characteristic of any given plasma, it will be affected differently by electricity. This could explain why the polar vortices are so distinct. Jupiter's electric field accelerates plasmas at different rates. Coupled with the cloud band observations, the massive cyclones exhibit distinct temperature bands, high wind speeds, and endurance. They appear to be more permanent fixtures. Charge separation in plasma could explain these anomalies. That's Stephen Smith.
Had a drastic effect on the system as a whole. The Saturnian planets were wrenched out of polar alignment as their respective spin rates accelerated in response to the Saturn system's displaced forward momentum. The multi-resonant state was suddenly broken, permanently upsetting the primeval state of our solar system. No longer axially synchronized, individual charge sheets formed around each planet as the conjoined plasmasphere of Jupiter and Saturn subdivided, electrically isolating them from one another. Saturn was displaced from its polar position, and the gaseous envelope surrounding the Saturnian planets began to disperse. As Velikovsky indicated, the increased distance between Earth and Saturn was most likely the result of both the removal of Earth from its place as well as Saturn from its place. The opening scenes of the divine spectacle would have been seen in the north skies, since Earth was still millions of miles below Saturn and Jupiter. But after Earth was released into a path of its own around the Sun, the plane of Earth's orbit would lift steadily, eventually reorienting at a steep inclination, crossing over the Sun's equatorial current sheet twice a year at each equinox. Thus, the eyewitness perspective on Jupiter and Saturn shifted at this time, so that the unfolding drama panned from the northern skies to a side view of the sky gods receding away in the southern night sky. Derailed from their dynamically synchronized alignment, Jupiter and the large Saturnian planets immediately redirected their orbital momentums into elliptical outward-bound spirals. Nearly all myths of the fall tell of the disappearance of the gods into the deep night sky. A distinct parallel may also be drawn to the teachings on Zimzum, the first stage of creation described in the Kabbalah, the self-contraction, concealing, shrinkage, or retreat of the god's original form into a new dilation or opening of space. Steadily diminishing in size and luminosity, receding away from Earth in the inner solar system, hiding himself, withdrawing himself, entering into himself, the contraction of departing god Saturn cleared space for a new creation. The Kabbalah continues, that Zimzum, contraction, was completely uniform all around, so that it left a vacant space called Tehiru, an empty, hollow, uniformly circular on all sides. Until this time, our ancestors would have had no concept of limitless space extending away from the Earth because such conditions had never before been seen. Unfurling like a curtain drawn open, the old heavens progressively whirled away from Earth on all sides. The primordial cosmic waters of the old Saturnian gaseous envelope retreated and withdrew, differentiating a deep open space in place of the rainy wall of clouds that shrouded Earth in former times. The age of Jupiter, now upon the world, introduced mankind to the light of the stars in the darkness of the night. In Egypt it was Jupiter as Re who boasted, I am he who made the hours, so that days might come into being. Nuit was specifically the nighttime star-studded sky arched over the wide horizon, through which the red sun-like disk of Re journeyed each night. In the Iliad, Night herself apportioned Zeus's sovereignty to the wide heaven among the cloudy aether, a wide band of night sky centered on the ecliptic, from approximately 17 degrees north to approximately 17 degrees south. The way of Anu, likewise assigned to Jupiter as Marduk in the Near East. As the battling sky gods retreated through this expanding space into deeper and more distant reaches of the solar system, they discharged as brilliantly lit wandering stars, still huge in size, though far removed, lighting the night as nearby suns. All four outer giants still exhibit rotational speeds far out of proportion to their sizes. All four still emit significantly more energy than they receive from the sun, and they are in that sense stars even today. At first looming large near Earth, Jupiter became the new central body of the sky, more or less taking over Saturn's old identity. When Jupiter was first born, he defeated Saturn and the Sun by his brilliance, we are told in Vedic literature. It was then that Zeus became Lord of the bright skies. A stellar history for Jupiter was, in fact, much in vogue among mainstream astronomers through the 17th to 19th centuries, when popular astronomy famously speculated on the nature of Jupiter as a dark star, a hypothesis revived during the second half of the 20th century in light of the considerable implications suggested by data recovered from orbiting satellites and interplanetary explorers. Jupiter's wide-ranging variety of active emanations, infrared, radio, X-ray, and ultraviolet among them, have led others to consider Jupiter as a failed sun or a star yet to be. Jupiter's volatile magnetosphere would continue to display dramatic plasma instabilities as it distributed an excess of voltage. Progressively acclimating to an outbound spiral orbit, Jupiter's appearance would have been stupendous in size, visibly larger than the daytime sun. Jupiter's massive magnetosphere, today 10 times stronger than that of any other planet and about 4 times as wide as the sun, would have fluoresced with brilliantly colored glow-mode plasma flows for some time thereafter, retaining enough of a mini-discharge to give a semblance of starhood. Below Jupiter's glowing globe appeared a long beard, mantle, or cloak trailing all the way to the horizon below, a stupendous plume of plasma extending away from Jupiter's south geographic pole. This plasma expulsion would have been primarily an inflow of electrons, but simultaneously also an outflow of protons and other disassociated ions. Appearing as a steep elongated cone, Jupiter's southern expulsion was also characterized as his royal mountain or throne of glory. In the Kabbalah, this appearance is remembered as the long-bearded Arik Anpin, the extended countenance of the newly crowned star god. He let out his throne above and stretched a part of his glory below. And the Ancient of Days did sit. His throne was fiery flame, and his wheels burning fire. For a cloak Marduk was wrapped in an armor of terror. With a fearsome halo his head was turbaned. On the other side of the world, Viracocha was similarly remembered as a tall, glowing, bearded man dressed in a long, flowing cloak, who came in a time of chaos to set the world to rights. The fluorescing debris appears to have assumed a highly flattened, disc-like or lenticular distribution over time, and still extends all the way to the orbit of Jupiter today. Sometimes referenced as zodiacal light, the ethereal fire waters of the dust cloud once extended some distance either side of the ecliptic plane, both obscuring as well as highlighting the fixed stars of the zodiac. Today the residual afterglow or countershine of the zodiacal cloud remains visible as a tall cone-shaped ribbon of soft light brightening on the plane of Earth's orbit before sunrise and after sunset. The interplanetary dust cloud as such represents the mortal remains of the primordial gaseous envelope dissipated during the collapse of the Saturnian configuration. Some of this debris may still remain suspended in the rings surrounding the giant planets. Earth would also wind up with its share of drifting dust and debris. Gas vapors, ionized meteoroids, and assorted celestial wreckage began falling through the magnetosphere with short-lived splendor. Heavier infalls of material through the ionosphere sparkled and fizzled out in the upper atmosphere as concentric circles and spirals aglow in the night. Migrating through the interplanetary cloud year-round, sweeping through the densest clouds of debris during each equinoctial pass through the solar current sheet, a near-Earth terrestrial dust cloud began to accumulate. Electrostatically suspended along Earth's equatorial plane, this dust cloud was sorted by the conductive sheaths of Earth's plasmasphere into rotating belts and rings. In the Zohar we read, "Then a great reservoir was formed out of the unfathomable deep, or Tehom, just as if a huge hollow had been dug. This reservoir divided itself into 7 streams, resembling 7 long vessels, glimmering with a metallic sheen. All of them are in the form of concentric circles, like the layers of an onion, with rings inside each other." Most traditional mythologies retained memories of these earth rings. A rich profusion of descriptions handed down from remote antiquity and conserved to this day in several schools of esoteric thought have puzzled scholars and laymen alike for centuries. During the day, these debris rings appeared to some as concentric streams, rivers, or seas. To others, as a looming golden-green hill stretching from horizon to horizon, covered with wind-blown grasses. Some saw fields of wheat or beds of bamboo.
And they act like it's sacrosanct, like it was handed down from Mount Sinai. Illusionary dogma that even if you question it, they try to blackball you. What's up with all that? I mean, where are we headed with that? It's crazy. America, our First Amendment rights. But if you speak up and say anything, or even just delve into the evidence yourself, they try to make you think you're a bad person. Call you names like conspiracy theorists. Well, a conspiracy is nothing more than a plan that's made to be illegal. That's it. Conspiracies happen every day. That's nothing. It's just a word. It doesn't matter what it is. The Kennedy assassination. They got an official story that they try to cram down our throats. And if we don't like it, try to make us out like we're some kind of crackpot or crazy. I mean, that's not America. I don't know. One more thing that we haven't tackled, and that's the gravity issue. A while back, I did a video with Theodore Holden, and I don't know if you know it or not, but he was the guy who formulated it out a long time ago that dinosaurs could not lift themselves off the ground in today's gravity. And it caused quite a backlash, but then they just swept it under the rug like everything else. But
as it is to do one of those 1,000-pound squats or deadlifts at the normal weight of 350 or whatever. Okay.
yeah, that's a game changer. I mean, that should slap somebody in the face right there.
It did, right? And it's like, there was a huge controversy over that. Like 30 years ago, I was the only person on the planet saying anything like that. Nowadays, I think most people agree.
Mm-hmm.
They've done the math. It's like they've listened to the arguments, and I think most people agree with me that you couldn't have large dinosaurs walking around in today's world. The controversy now is like, do you or don't you want to believe in, in an expanding Earth theory of any sort? And the answer to my way of thinking is no. I have no use for Earth expanding theories. And
even with what they found out down there at that, the deepest place under South America where the ground is actually coming up and expanding.
I hadn't heard about that. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Geez, what was it? I just saw it not that long ago. What's that one what's the place called where it's really deep down under South America? The Mariana Trench.
I don't really know.
Okay.
There's two reasons why anybody would ever talk about an Earth, expanding Earth theories, right? One would have to do with dinosaurs. The other would have to do with the tectonic plates of the ancient supercontinent, Pangaea. Right.
Okay.
The tectonic plates of Pangaea wouldn't fit on a planet. That they appear as if they would require a planet of greater curvature, a smaller planet, right? But there's another way of explaining that, right? In other words, you've got the Earth sitting there underneath the dwarf star with its pole pointed straight out the dwarf star. It's going to get pulled into an egg shape, right? It's not going to be spherical the way it is now. Okay, it's like Pangaea was simply sitting there at the high point of the egg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that would explain the greater curvature. Now, as far as dinosaurs go, like I say, you couldn't have it. It's like, if you put a sauropod dinosaur next to Bill Kazmar at equal sizes, then what you're seeing is one creature at the top of the food chain, the other pretty near the bottom, right? In other words, Kazmar's body is 90% bone and muscle, right? And that's trained as well as you ever could have muscle trained. And the brachiosaur's body is mostly gut and digestive system for processing leaves and grass, right? And I mean, if Kazmar couldn't make it 20,000 pounds in our present world, then a brachiosaur sure as hell couldn't.
Yeah, I heard they had 3 hearts in their neck just to pump the blood.
No, it's ridiculous. You've got two problems with dinosaurs and then with large dinosaurs, sauropods on their necks, right? And you've got two kinds of sauropod dinosaurs. You've got like brachiosaurids, which, according to the bones, apparently held their necks upwards, and then you've got the diplodocids, which would have held their necks outwards, or at least that's what the bones indicate, okay? Either way, you've got an insurmountable problem, right? It's like, in the case of the brachiosaurids, it's everything, in other words, the limiting value of something like that in our present world is the giraffe, right? Now, it takes a gigantic amount of blood pressure to get blood to a giraffe's brain, okay? And the giraffe has this very, very tight skin, which acts like a pressure suit, like for a fighter pilot.
Right.
And basically, I mean, a giraffe's blood pressure would blow our vascular system apart. While, he's trying to get blood to a brain which is 20 feet high. I mean, what is some sauropod going to do to try to get blood to a brain which is 60 feet high?
That is
Experts claim that would put, the brachiosaurids in the position of just being constantly at risk for some kind of a circulatory system disaster, right? Now, that's no way to go through life, especially if you're trying to rule the world for 60 million years or something like,
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. So they're claiming, well, it must be that like what the bones are telling us is wrong. They must have all just held their necks outwards, and the diplodocus apparently did hold their necks outwards. But in that case, you're dealing with a problem which is just as bad or worse. I think is worse. You're talking about the center of gravity of that neck together with that much torque. What you would really be talking, the one thing in the Earth which would be ballpark for that kind of torque would be like the combined maximum torque of all 4 of the engines of an Iowa-class battleship. There would be enough torque to drive a 65,000-ton warship through the water at 35 knots.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to hold that with some kind of a structure made out of flesh and blood?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No, so there's no way for a large dinosaur to hold his neck in our present gravity, and that problem, if somebody ever really was able to do the math for it, which I have not been able to do, would almost certainly be a bigger problem than the question of gravity, just being able to support weight, on land. They used to think dinosaurs, the large ones would have lived in water, but they had no adaptation for that. They would have needed snowshoe feet, right? In other words, the feet they actually have would just sink straight into muddy river bottoms. They would take 3 steps to be immobilized.
So what happened?
Yeah, gravity changed.
Planet following Saturn's violent flare-up. Decades later, based on the respective research of Dave Talbot and Eduardo Cardona, Thornhill developed his own model of a primordially close relationship between Earth and Saturn, which was the source of all the water in our oceans, while leaving remnants in its rings. Today, Thornhill continues his presentation, shifting his focus to his own successful predictions for the Saturnian system, including the mysterious moon Titan.
Before I tell the epic story, a warning. Our education systems train students to memorize a litany of facts, which produces global groupthink. Students are not given the time or encouragement to critically examine the history of ideas. A leading researcher into the learning functions of the divided brain, Dr. Ian McGilchrist, has shown such blinkered left hemisphere training renders students functionally blind to alternative ways of looking at a problem. The left hemisphere simply blocks out everything that doesn't fit with its take. It doesn't see it, actually, at all. So scientists with their narrow specialized training may look at but cannot see what to a non-expert may seem obvious. They will be the last to see a paradigm shift in the making. This is particularly evident for electrical phenomena in space. Even the Nobel Prize-winning founder of the idea of an electric universe, Hans Wolfgang, was ignored when he warned in his 1970 acceptance speech of an inevitable crisis in astrophysics if electric circuits in space are not recognized. Houston, we still have that problem after almost 50 years. I have lived since a teenager with uncertainty about accepted truths and learned to have the courage to challenge them. The result is not chaos, but a synthesis of ideas that explains the old ideas better and finds new ways of incorporating what seems a chaos of anomalies. And the best test is that of classical physics, simplification. The resulting paradigm shift is not a threat, but an invitation to the greatest adventure we may ever know, to begin to understand our real place in the universe for the first time. In our electric universe, stars and planets are formed at the same time inside molecular clouds, along a snaking cosmic lightning bolt. Gravity plays no role in the process. Since cosmic lightning takes the form of a twisted pair of current filaments, it is found that most stars are in pairs, or multiples. Planets will tend to do the same. Like the snaking filaments in a novelty plasma ball, the star-forming filament moves on, leaving a string of massive objects behind to gravitationally form the weird and theoretically challenging zoo of exoplanetary systems recently discovered. Some gas giant planets are subsequently formed in close orbits about a star that has ejected charged matter to achieve stability with a changed electrical environment. The ejection flares may account for the flickering of newborn stars, which can't be explained by gravitational accretion. This explains the unexpected hot Jupiter seen in large numbers closely orbiting other stars. The most numerous stars in the galaxy, brown dwarfs, which would appear reddish if they could be seen with the naked eye, are generally classed as failed stars, yet they have the baffling ability to produce massive stellar flares. This is simply explained because red stars don't have the ability of main-sequence bright stars to control their current by a transistor-like action in their photospheric plasma. A brown dwarf can only respond by discharging matter electrically. The capture process of a brown dwarf star involves flaring and ejection of charged matter by that body in order to achieve a new electrical equilibrium in its adopted family. That accounts for the large number of close-orbiting moons of our captured gas giants in remote orbits. With this in mind, I want to take you back to just before the famous Cassini-Huygens space probe was to arrive at Saturn on July 1st, 2004. In news reports, Saturn was dubbed the original Lord of the Rings. There is a profound truth behind such a glib turn of phrase, but it wasn't until the advent of the telescope that Christian Huygens in 1656 was able to suggest that Saturn had a ring. So how do we explain the Saturnian ring symbolism that pervades our cultures? The halo of the saints, the royal crown, and the ring given in marriage are Saturnian symbols, as are the circled or Celtic cross, the Egyptian Ansate cross or Ankh, the Eye of Ra, and the astronomically baffling star inside the crescent. The star at the top of the lighted Christmas tree is pure Saturnian imagery. It is truly amazing that we are still haunted by prehistoric archetypes. It helps us to understand the extraordinary archetypal attraction of Tolkien's fantasy of Lord of the Rings. He was well versed in mythology. The following description of events is based on the surprisingly detailed and truly remarkable scholarship of Talbot and Cardona, which required explanations with the physics of an electric universe. Let's call our primordial star Proto-Saturn. It was an independent brown dwarf with its own entourage of satellites, including the Earth, Mars, and Titan. Proto-Saturn's dim reddish light was due to a glowing red anode plasma sheath, much larger than the Sun, enclosing Proto-Saturn and its inner satellites in a radiant cell. The term dwarf star is purely theoretical, since they are difficult to see and measure. In fact, NASA reported a brown dwarf which was radiating as if it had twice the expected surface area. The environment inside the radiant red shell is most hospitable for life on any enclosed satellites because there are no seasons and water is conspicuous in the spectra of such stars. Water misted down on this planet continually, and red light is ideal for photosynthesis, which explains the abundance of ferns and other vegetation globally in the Carboniferous era. But there is a catch. Brown dwarf stars are known to flare, sometimes to the extent, as one astronomer commented, that any satellites would suffer a very bad day. Such flaring by Proto-Saturn accounts for the geological strata and the fossil record of a number of global mass extinctions and instant burial of dismembered plant and animal remains. As we approached the Sun from deep space, our plasma sheath flickered like a faulty electric light when the two stellar plasma sheaths, or magnetospheres, began to clash. Proto-Saturn's galactic electrical power was usurped by the Sun, and its appearance changed dramatically. Before dimming forever, the dwarf star Proto-Saturn would have flared brilliantly like a comet, ejecting charged matter to relieve the electrical stresses caused by the sudden change in environment. Even now, the former star has not completely cooled. Saturn still radiates more than twice the heat it receives from the Sun. And we have a simple explanation for the origin of Saturn's mysteriously short-lived water ice rings. As the Proto-Saturnian system approached the Sun in the outer solar system, our minor star's gravitational sphere of influence steadily shrank, and its outer satellites were progressively stripped away. This and the earlier capture of the other gas giants provides the source of trans-Neptunian objects, as they're known, including Pluto with its unexpected geology and atmosphere, and its peculiar moons. There is a simple physical characteristic that links a captured star with its offspring. It is the axial tilts. Like our close-orbiting moon, satellites tend to orbit their primary with the same face always turned toward it. If they orbit in the equatorial plane, their spin axis will be aligned with that of the primary. As gyroscopes, the satellites will retain the same tilt even if jolted from their orbit, although the process may induce a wobble of the spin axis. It is therefore highly significant that the two key planets identified in the ancient pantheons, Saturn and Mars, have axial tilts closely similar to that of the Earth. The tilt of Saturn at 27 degrees to the ecliptic plane is itself an enigma, unless it formed independently from the Sun. Venus was described as a spectacular discharging body in the ancient congregation of planets. It can be explained if Venus was ejected in the flare-up of Proto-Saturn and the infall of the stream of ejected matter from swiftly rotating Proto-Saturn gave Venus a slow retrograde spin. The magnitude of the axial tilt of Venus to the ecliptic is much less than Saturn's, which suggests that Venus was ejected from a low latitude. This accounts for the hellish temperature and new surface of Venus, having been recently spat from the mantle of a brown dwarf star. Its filamentary equatorial scars caused by spectacular radial discharging, and its thick atmosphere inherited from the brown dwarf and subsequently modified by interplanetary and cometary discharges. Venus still has a cometary magnetotail stretching to the Earth's orbit, and its mountaintops glow with plasma discharges, which return Magellan's radar signals as unexplained shininess. Has a surprisingly young surface that gave rise to ad hoc theories of resurfacing events. They're unnecessary. Venus is a baby. Since my predictions were written in 2004, the electrogravity model has been further developed, and it explains electrogravitational capture and the rounding of cometary orbits by electrical discharge. It explains the huge capture cross-section of stars and why the observed phenomenal discharging of cometary Venus caused it to finally have the most circular orbit of any planet.
The catastrophes described in ancient sources were traumatic experiences common to all mankind. Purged from conscious memory, these records are now interpreted.
There are people out there, Greg.
Metaphors, and the trauma has been submitted to the unconscious. Velikovsky calls this collective amnesia.
Yeah, there's people out there. Pink Floyd sang that, didn't he? Is there anybody out there? Pink Floyd. Yep. Yep. Hang on, I'll stop and we'll go back to the video. I just thought I'd let you know that there are people listening.
A revolutionary theory of the universe based on the records of the past has challenged the fundamental beliefs of modern science for more than 2 decades. Today, the unexpected findings of space explorations have confirmed many of the predictions of this theory, but the man who proposed it, Emanuel Velikovsky, is still rejected by established science.
Righto. I'll come back then. Oh, here's Nick here now. We'll just shut up before we
transgressed and went into many fields of science and humanity. It was not because I was born a rebel.
Hi, Nick.
I was erst to trespass. The belief that we are living in an orderly universe, that nothing happened to this Earth and the other planets since the beginning, that nothing will happen till the end, is a wishful thinking that fills the textbooks, and your textbooks are still of Victorian vintage. Is any physicist who would stand up and defend the proposition that only gravity and inertia are in action in the solar?
Oh, I'll get back over to your show there.
My heresies, this was the greatest.
Okay, man.
And let me ask you another question. Is a theory of uniformitarianism, which means that nothing what happened in the past could have happened if it doesn't happen today. On this is built the modern geology. On this is built the modern astronomy. On this is built the modern biology and theory of evolution. And so it is only wishful thinking that we are living in a safe, never perturbed solar system on a safe, never perturbed Earth.
Mountains were born and mountains collapsed. Land and sea changed places. Great streams of lava flowed. The sea boiled and evaporated. Such were the scenes of unimaginable violence during the times of global catastrophe.
Okay, I'm going to end this one because we got stuff we want to do and I'm coming up on 6 hours, so we're going to end this and we're going to start a new one right away. And then I can play a little thing for you, and then me and Nick and Andy and whoever else comes through might want to chat for a bit. So hang tight. As soon as this is over, just look on my homepage. You'll see the new one pop up. Okay? I'll see you then. Right.